Right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome the members of the public who've attended this evening. The meeting is being live streamed. This is for the first time on the council's YouTube channel. The recording of the meeting will remain online for 4 years, and if you are present in chamber, you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. So I want to make that quite clear. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of the councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless this has been agreed beforehand. I ask that we are respectful to one another in debate during the course of this evening, and I would also like to remind fellow councillors to have regard to the 7 principles of public life, also referred to as the Nolan Principles, which are also set out in the Council's adopted code of conduct. And these are selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. Right, we go with any apologies. We have Sarah, Councillor Sawyer, any more? Councillor Finnegan, yeah. Okay, apologies. Okay, thank you. That's noted. The minutes of the last meeting, can I have these approved as a correct record? Is everybody happy with the meeting held on the 16th of November? Right, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor.
Yeah, if I could just declare an interest in a motion I'm bringing a little bit later on into the meeting, that I am myself a licensee, chair of the Gloucester LVA and the director of Gloucester Bid and Gloucester City Safe.
Thank you. Is there any others? No, thank you. Right, item 9 will be debated and doesn't need to be reserved for discussion. I will read out the other agenda items that are available to be reserved for discussion this evening. If you wish to reserve an item for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. Item 10, council tax, second property premium and empty houses premium amendments. Item 11, the local council tax support scheme. Councillor Alistair Chambers. Item 12, Cheltenham, Gloucester and Tewkesbury Community Infrastructure Levy Joint Committee. Councillor O'Donnell. Thank you. Item 13, Review of Members' Allowances 2024. Councillor Alistair Chambers. Item 14, Constitutional Changes. No. Item 15, Review of Polling Districts and Polling Places. No. Item 16, Designation of Monitoring Officer. No. And item 17, Programme of Meetings from May 2024 to April 2026. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yeah. 12 and 13.
Right.
So we read here 11, 12 and 13.
Yeah, 11, 12 and 13, okay. Okay, we've got items 11, 12 and 13 have been reserved for discussion. I will now call upon the leader of the council to move a motion to ask council to approve the recommendations of those reports that have not been reserved for discussion. Councillor Richard Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council is asked to resolve that the recommendations of those reports which have not been reserved for discussion be approved.
Thank you. Yes. We're going into public question time now. We've received a large number of questions from members of the public. As the time available for public questions is 15 minutes, and the Constitution currently limits members of the public to 1 question, on this occasion I intend to take 1 question only from each individual who has submitted a question, in the order they were submitted. This will include questions submitted by anyone not present, and their question will be read out on their behalf. If there is time remaining after each person has asked one question, I will invite individuals to ask a further question if they've submitted one. I will proceed on this basis until the time runs out. For any remaining questions, the responses will be included in the minutes, so that all of the questions and answers will be a matter of public record. I would like to remind those asking questions that you can only ask the question that you have submitted in advance, and you're not permitted to ask any additional or supplementary questions once you've received the reply to your question. Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Knapp to come up to the podium, please. Thank you, Mr. Knapp. You press the red button.
Good evening. I'm here to represent the Friends of St Bridge Pond. In 2004, Natural England awarded St Bridge Pond a nature reserve status, giving it protection. Natural England suggests a 5-year cycle for desilting the pond. St Bridge Pond, a nature reserve, was last desilted 14 years ago. The area now shows up a large build-up of silt in the pond, with its tributaries overflowing over the pedestrian paths. Whilst we appreciate that finances for all local authorities are tight, the residents have expressed concern about the level of the silt, especially the foul smell during the summer. Does the leader agree that this local amenity is worth protecting and enhancing, and will he give us a guarantee that he will keep the St Bridge Pond and Nature Reserve on his radar, especially when funds are available? Thank you.
Councillor Richard Cook, the leader, please respond.
St Bridge Pond is a much-loved green space which provides leisure opportunities for residents and a valuable habitat for wildlife. The council will strive to maintain and enhance this facility in order that it continues to fulfil its function as a flood alleviation feature, wildlife site and recreation area. It is the view of the council, following discussions with the Environment Agency, that the level of silt in the pond does not present a flooding risk. Historically, desilting of the pond has taken place on an approximately 20-year cycle, 1990 and 2009. As the result of the deposition of silt, wildlife habitats will continue to evolve and change whilst continuing to support a range of plants, animals and insects. If funding is made available by the Environment Agency or can be secured from other sources, the council will consider how best to manage the silt locally and within the upstream river catchment.
The next question is from Marilyn McKechnie. Have I pronounced that right, Marilyn? McKechnie, thank you. Please press the red button.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. In the St Bridge Balancing Pond and Allotments Management Plan of 2023-27, the scope of work detailed in section 2.21 and other parts of the document was created with the help and support from the Friends of St Bridge Pond. Can members tell me when Gloucester City Council will produce an actual project plan detailing timeframes, projected costs and a commitment of roles and responsibilities of its partners?
Thank you. If you could switch that mic off first. Thank you. It's all right, it just causes feedback. Councillor Richard Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The present St Bridge Pond and Allotments Management Plan, which is submitted as part of the Green Flag application process, covers the period 2023 to 2028. The management plan contains references to the costings obtained by the council for the removal of silt, which at present are prohibitive. The plan also contains a commitment by the council to consider the desilting of the pond should resources become available. The management plan also contains reference to the roles and responsibilities of the various stakeholders involved with the site.
We've got the next Sandra Jarry, who's not here, and I'm asking the head of paid service to ask the question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question from Sandra Jarry to the Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Environment. The St Bridge Pond and Nature Reserve provides a wonderful quiet space for families to take their toddlers, children and teenagers for time out. Time to look and learn about nature and feed the ducks and birds. Retired elderly people, some with mobility issues, find this is a place they can go to meet people, talk to dog walkers, and spend time away from their problems, giving them a sense of space. But this space is quickly disappearing, becoming a wall of silt and mud. Would members please let me know what they can do about making it better?
Councillor Richard Cook again, please.
Thank you. The deposition of silt is a natural process and unavoidable in a stream-fed water body. Silt can be periodically removed, which is something that has been done on previous occasions. Historically, desilting of the pond has taken place on an approximately 20-year cycle in 1990 and 2009. It is the view of the Council, following discussions with the Environment Agency, that the silt does not represent a flood risk, and the cost of desilting at this point would be prohibitive.
The next questioner is Matthew Randolph. Matthew, are you here? You've put several questions forward, Matthew, but you can only answer the one here today. No, you just have one question. One question, please. Carry on, thank you.
No.
No, sorry, we just have to stop you because we...
Is that better?
No, can you just stop for a moment? Yeah.
Okay. We're very concerned about the 5G telecommunication towers that are popping up outside homes where people haven't been consulted. We've submitted freedom of information requests to the council last year, which revealed there have been 41 5G masts approved. 31 were prior approval applications, which require public consultation with the public by law. The analysis of these prior approval applications show serious malfeasance in public office by our councillors.
Excuse me, you're deviating from your original
I'm not, I'm
question.
preambling.
No, he's not allowed to.
No, you're not allowed
You
to
are
do
allowed
that.
to preamble.
No, you're not.
Can you stop the clock a minute, please?
There is no.
Thank you.
He has to read.
There's no clock. Please read the question.
There is, there's
as
3
it-
minutes in the Constitution.
It is not,
It is my right to have 3 minutes of the Constitution.
legal officer. We let our monitoring officer.
The 3 minutes is for members of the council, it's not for members of the public.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Could you turn your microphone on, please?
The 3 minutes is for members of the council, not members of the public. You are only allowed to read out the question that you have submitted.
We're all
in advance.
equal. We're all equal. Under the law of equity, if you get 3 minutes.
the
No,
members
we're
are
wasting
elected
valuable
members of-
time here, so can I carry on, please?
No, you are only entitled to read out the question that you have submitted in advance. You do not have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll carry on. The analysis of these prior approval applications show serious malfeasance by our council.
Right, sorry, this is not the question. I am not going to allow you to continue unless you're going to read the
I'm
question
building up
you've
to the
submitted.
question. How can
No, just read
the
the
members of the
question.
public need to know the background of the malfeasance being committed by our council?
And well,
Is that correct? We want to build up to the malfeasance that you are committing.
you have come here to ask a question.
A question, yes, and I need to
Yeah,
build a
and-
background on it, don't I?
No, you do not have that right to do that. We have got a lot of questions to get through tonight. You have the right.
You're the one that's stopping it.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And if you don't stop, I will adjourn the council and you will be asked to leave.
Okay, I'll carry on.
No, that's
None
it
of these
then.
prior approval applications were published on the planning portal. Okay.
Just ask the bit at the end. Ask the bit at the end. Matthew, ask the bit at the end. Ask the very last bit.
Yeah.
Go to your seats, thank you. Yeah, the questioner has now agreed to read out the question as it's written. Would you like to carry on, please?
Right, that was very childish, wasn't it? With the request, Freedom of Information request sent to the council in 2023, showed 35 pre-approved applications, all of which showed no evidence of any meaningful consultation with the public. There were a grand total of 5 objections for the entire 35 pre-approved applications, all of which were submitted by email, and one person specifically commenting the application was unavailable on the planning portal. Are you aware of your legal responsibilities to consult the public? Are you aware of the gunning principles? The government have made it very clear that a greater level of consultation is needed for ground-based mass. So why are you failing to do this?
Right, thank you.
Turn that off.
Stephanie Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Gloucester City Council is aware of its legal obligations regarding public consultation and is satisfied that all requirements are met. We are also aware that although there may be some objections by Gloucester residents, there are many residents that do not object and welcome the benefits of 5G masks.
Now, thank you. Right, because of the disruption of the meeting, I'm aware that some people are here who've been waiting for quite patiently to ask a question. So I'm going to change the question sort of line at the moment. I'm just going to change it, and I'm going to ask Lisa Griffin. If Lisa, would you like to come up, and then afterwards Luke to do, and we will make sure that Luke has the microphone brought to him. Thank you. No, it's okay. So then you can get off if you want afterwards without being in here any longer.
Thanks for taking my question. Why are there no disabled taxis available on the weekends in Gloucester when they run in Cheltenham, Bath and Bristol?
Performances, Hannah Norman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Gloucester City Council has licensed 5 Hackney carriage and 4 private hired vehicles that are wheelchair accessible. There is no legislation which requires wheelchair accessible vehicles to be operated 24/7, and hence the council cannot stipulate the hours licensed vehicles work.
Luke, would you like the microphone brought over to you, Luke?
Do you think it is fair a young disabled man in the city of Gloucester cannot live an equal life as he is unable to get around with his friends and often misses out on fun on a Saturday evening sociably because there is no disabled taxis available?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To maximise the number of wheelchair accessible vehicles registered to operate by Gloucester City Council, in September 2023, the Licensing and Enforcement Committee approved a policy exempting WAVs from the age and Euro emission standards that apply to saloon vehicles. The reason for this decision was to encourage operators to invest into wheelchair accessible vehicles. Additionally, any new Hackney carriage vehicle licences have to be wheelchair accessible. The council cannot mandate for operational hours of when these vehicles work.
Thank you. And if you wish, you may leave if you want to. You can stay if you want to. It's up to you. Next question is from Benjamin Baker. Is Mr. Baker here? Number 15. Not sure which one, but it's from 15, Mr. Baker. Which question are you going to ask? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rent arrears were I'll correct that, £43,388.15 at the time of the club closing. COVID legislation meant we were unable to take action on rent arrears for some time, and we explored all avenues available to us throughout. We are waiting for the liquidation process to take place, and we will be seeking recovery of money due to us through that process.
We go to question 21 now, everyone. Tim Bright, is Tim here? Tim, would you like to go to the microphone? Thank you. You press the button.
So I'm going to ask question 2, which is, on what basis did Gloucester declare a climate emergency? Plants need CO2 for photosynthesis, and without CO2, the plants will die. This threatens all life on Earth if CO2 is reduced further. We are at dangerously low levels. Furthermore, CO2 is only 0.04% of atmosphere, and humans contribute 4% of that amount, meaning that net man-made CO2 equates to a minuscule 0.0016%. Even the IPCC have not declared a climate emergency. So what is the basis for GCC declaring one?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The role of human-emitted greenhouse gases, of which carbon dioxide is merely one, has been established in the scientific literature with increasing confidence for almost half a century, with the eminent late climatologist Wally Brooker publishing his seminal paper on the role of atmospheric CO2, Are We Really on the Brink of a Pronounced Global Warming? And that was back in 1975.
So you haven't answered the question because...
The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 1.5C report comprises the findings of more than 6,000 peer-reviewed studies and includes dedicated contributions from thousands of experts in the field. This report provides extensive, detailed and verifiable scientific data on human-induced global warming and its impacts. In the past 5 years alone, the UK has experienced the following climatic signals of global warming: joint hottest summer, two of its driest summers, two of its driest spring, record drought, first winter day above 20 degrees centigrade, hottest day recorded exceeded on 3 occasions, the first 40 degrees C plus day, the longest continuous series of tropical nights where temperatures failed to fall below 20 degrees Celsius.
Sorry, my question was, the IPCC have not declared a climate emergency.
You still haven't finished a moment. Thank you.
While the UK is very much a part of the United Nations process of achieving net zero emissions, we are also able to draw on rich domestic sources of data, such as the Central England Temperature Series, which has been recorded daily since 1659, making it the longest instrumental temperature record in the world, as well as the findings of institutions such as the 363-year-old Royal Society, one of the oldest and most respected scientific institutions in the world, and whose past members include, amongst other scientific luminaries, Sir Isaac Newton and Stephen Hawking. Helpfully, the Royal Society has produced a short guide on the basics of climate change, including a highly accessible 60-second introduction video, which I commend to both the members of this chamber and the public alike. The extensive and increasing scientific evidence for the role of atmospheric greenhouse gas emissions from human activity in recent global temperature increases forms the bedrock of Gloucester City Council's climate emergency declaration.
Thank you, but you still haven't answered my question. Basically, why have you declared a climate emergency?
Sorry, that's it, you've finished now.
You haven't answered the question.
You're not allowed to speak.
You haven't answered the question.
You're not allowed to speak now.
But the question's not been answered.
Climate emergency.
You haven't answered my question at all.
Going to go to the next questioner is David Redgewell, if that's correct. David, would you like to come up to the podium and ask?
No, you have to pass the hand microphone to him.
Oh,
My question on page 24. What provision is being made to urgently repair the doors to the city centre and railway station and the bus and coach bays at the transport hub? Repair the roof walls leaking through the roofs, there's water leaking. Maintain the public toilets, including bringing back into use properly the disabled toilets. It's really in a bad way. We'd like some action. Thank you.
thank you, David. Councillor Richard Cook, please.
Thank you for your question. Door repairs are scheduled for the 5th of February to repair the loop system. Roof repairs have been carried out and a full condition survey is due week commencing 22nd of January this week to scope the works for the redecoration.
Now, the next one, question up to 26, Mr. Platt, Alan Platt. Alan, are you here? Thank you, Alan. Would you like to go to the podium?
Evening, councillors. Just one question. When are you going to open the Gateway Centre to walk-in help for face-to-face meetings for the public with the council officials? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. In a trend that started prior to the pandemic and one that has accelerated since, the Council has seen a significant change in how our customers are choosing to contact us. These trends are an increase in online, phone and email communication and a drop in demand for face-to-face contact. There are many reasons for these changes: enhanced confidentiality, ease of access and convenience, to name a few. For those customers who need face-to-face appointments, pre-bookable appointments are available at the Gateway on a Tuesday morning and Thursday afternoon, where customers can see an officer. The demand for these appointments is very low and predominantly used for those in need of specialist housing support. Over the last 12 months, the number of appointments has averaged at 7.6 a month, of which an average of 6.6 were attended. Further to this, in the lobby at the Gateway, there is a free direct dial telephone so that customers can contact us to get support. On the 6th of December 2023, the Cabinet approved the move of the Council's face-to-face pre-booked appointments from the Gateway to Eastgate Shopping Centre. This relocation will make life easier for residents by providing closer parking, lift access and a central location. This move is scheduled to take place during 2024. During this period, demand will be reviewed to ensure that appropriate level of support is available. The Council regularly reviews demand for face-to-face appointments and it is felt that the current provision is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'm afraid there is no time for second questions anyway now. We're going to move on to petitions and deputations. We've received a petition that contains in excess of 1,000 signatures. As this triggers a council debate, it will be debated under substantive agenda item number 9. However, I intend to take this time before members' question time, as we have members of the public presently, obviously, who's been waiting for this debate. I've not been made of any other petitions. We haven't got any others, have we? Alistair Chambers.
I have a petition here for 2,236 signatures raised by Luke Griffin and his mother. This is for the taxi debate on ensuring that there's disabled taxis on evenings and weekends in Gloucester. Taxis in Bristol are all disabled compliant. Taxis in London are all disabled compliant. You've got 4 Hackney taxis on private hire in the whole of Gloucester City for 165,000 residents. And you've got 5 Hackney licences which are disabled. That's not adequate. It's not enough. In the Conservative amendment, you point out quite clearly that there's 8 to 9% people that have got severe disabilities unable to walk freely. And I believe this council is not an inclusive council. And that just shows tonight with the podium. It's a fixed podium. It's not all-inclusive. And that is the first thing that needs to get changed in here to ensure democracy is given freely. It was unfortunate this gentleman here had to have the microphone put to him and was called up to the podium. We need to have a mobile podium that's accessible to everyone, and that's the first thing we need to do straight away, starting tomorrow. We need to ensure this council is inclusive in everything, starting with the democracy and starting with transport for everyone. So this is a really important motion, really important petition that I beg you all, when the motion comes forward from the Labour group, that we support my amendment. And the reason I say about my amendment, it's been in consultation with disabled residents. When I bring petitions and motions forward, many think that I'm bringing them forward. I'm not. I'm bringing them on behalf of the electorate that voted us in. It's not a personal thing. It's what I've been asked to represent. And that's surely clear here. We're 4 or 5 people here that I'm representing today. So therefore, please back the motion amendment that I put in. It's not me that's wrote it. It comes from the Gloucester disabled population that's circular around 16,000 of our city that require blue badges. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you. Right, we're going to move to announcements now. As the Mayor, I would just like to point out that the Civic Ball is going to be on April the 6th. If you could keep that date. As you know, we're trying to raise money for the 2 charities in town, which is Gloucester City Farm and Music Works. So if you can come along, great, or if you would like to contribute in any way, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you. Is the Leader of the Council, Richard, have you got any announcements? Chairs of committees? No. John, have you got any?
I have none,
No.
thank you.
So we're going to move on to the Saintbridge petition now. And we've got Councillor Gravel to introduce the petition, and you have 5 minutes for that, please, Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, so it's my privilege tonight to present this petition to the Leader of the Council. The petition calls for action from the Council to desilt the Saintbridge Balancing Pond and to approve the appearance of the area overall. I want to pay tribute to Sandra Jari, who has initiated this petition and collected most of the names. As Councillor Chambers was just saying, this is not, in my case, this is not my petition. It's not something I've engineered. This has come from the heart of my community, principally from, thank you, from Sandra Jari. And I want to pay tribute to her. This is one of the largest petitions ever presented to this council, and tonight this is the first time ever we are having a petition debate at full council. And as you'll all see, the council has come up with a series of recommendations to deal with this petition tonight, and I'll be moving amendments to those very shortly. Madam Mayor, that's all I want to say. The petition is pretty self-explanatory, and I look forward to the debate and the debate around the amendments, which I'll be introducing very shortly. Thank you. And sorry, I apologise. It's really good to see some people here from my community this evening. They've sat very patiently. I doubt if they will ever want to come to another city council meeting. And I'm sure that a lot of members of the party will want to come again. That's taken us 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to this point. That is not democracy. That is not democracy. So to my friends from Saintbridge and from Abbeydale, thank you for sticking the course. You are so patient. You were telling me you've missed some good programmes on the telly tonight. And so this isn't democracy. We can do better. And Madam Mayor, we must do better. I think I've made my pitch and I'm going to sit down. But I really feel passionate about an abuse of democracy that we've seen this afternoon, this evening.
We understand there's an amendment.
Councillor Cook.
Councillor Cook?
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. On to the petition.
Could you introduce the report, please, Councillor Cook, for the petition? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The report sets out the Council's response to a petition regarding Saintbridge Pond and Nature Reserve. Council is asked to resolve that the contents of the petition and this report be noted. that a management plan already exists which has been shared with partners. The council will not plan to carry out dredging at this time, but will continue to review this position. The council will also work with partners to manage the perimeter vegetation and foliage. The petition asks the council to fulfil its ownership duties by providing a maintenance plan to the perimeter vegetation, reduce the amount of silt and eradicate some invasive species. Such a management plan was updated last year with the input of the Environment Agency and the Friends Group and submitted as part of the Green Flag application. No concerns were raised by the inspector about the level of silt. Thorough inspections of the dam safety elements are carried out at least yearly, and in the last year the Environment Agency has carried out works on embankments and flood walls. Following discussions with the Environment Agency from a biodiversity and flood risk perspective, it is felt that dredging is not currently needed. This will cause the area to naturally transform to a wooded wetland, improving biodiversity from the original site, which would be lost if the area is dredged. The cost of at least £700,000 to do the work is also presently prohibitive. Working with Stroud District Council and the Environment Agency, the Council is working on opportunities to manage the source of the sediment upstream, reducing sediment reaching St Bridge Pond. The flood risk at the site will continue to be monitored by the Council and the Environment Agency, and changes to the management plan will be made in the event of changes to flood risk. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll reserve the right, thank you.
Councillor Gravell, you have an amendment.
Yeah, so thank you. I think everybody's had a copy of the amendments which I wish to move. I think they were circulated yesterday. So I want to move those amendments which are in my name. I and the Friends of St Bridge Pond, Madam Mayor, have worked well together for many years. We've held regular meetings with the Environment Agency staff, and we've been joined too by environmental teams from the City Council. The Friends of St Bridge Pond, through sheer hard work and hours of fundraising, have created a beautiful, quiet oasis in this part of Gloucester. It's literally a haven of calm and tranquility, and appreciated and valued by so many people. I have been able to support their requests for grants from the County Council, and those have helped them enormously. And only this week, they were awarded £600 from the Community Grants Funds, which I can access, which I did access from this City Council. In addition, the pond has been granted Green Flag status for several years, which is proof of how well the site is maintained. Madam Mayor, the elephant in the room, though, is the issue of silt and the ability of the council to fund a desilting programme. We are all aware of how many councils are facing a shortage of money to do many of the things they would like to be doing. And here in Gloucester, our budget for public open spaces, excluding the grass cutting maintenance and regular maintenance, is just £35,000 per annum for over 200 public spaces. If you think about that, and it shows you what resources financially we have to spread around. And that is why last year I submitted a motion to this council calling for more help to be given to voluntary groups like the Friends of St Bridge Pond to help them to write bids for funding from bodies like the National Lottery. And that is why very recently a couple of people from the Friends and I met with the Chief Exec of the Voluntary Community and Social Enterprise Sector, VCSE, in Gloucestershire to discuss funding. I'm nearly there, don't worry. The Friends of St Bridge Pond and I, and the 1,251 people who signed the petition, want to see the silt removed and the water looking clearer and attracting even more wildlife and fauna. We are all on the right path, and this petition and the group I'm proposing to set up will eventually achieve that. The Friends are a great and fun group of people, and I'll continue working with them, give you my word, because my tenacity to help them get the silt removed knows no bounds. Please support the amendments. Thank you.
A seconder for your amendment, Councillor Andrew Durdy.
Does he want to speak now?
Do you want to speak now or reserve the right, Andrew?
I'll reserve the right.
Is the amendment accepted by the mover? Councillor Cook? It is, thank you.
Okay, so that now becomes the substantive motion.
Yeah. Substantive
Excuse me,
motion.
I've got an amendment that hasn't been read, number 9.
Councillor Chambers, would you like now to introduce your amendment? Thank you.
I produce this amendment again on behalf of the residents. The report by the council is just a way of mitigating their responsibility and removing their need for the works to continue. The figure that they produced for £700,000 has no substantiation to it whatsoever. No quotes have been obtained, no contamination reports have been undertaken, no water toxicity has been completed. The figure's just a whitewash of money to throw out to us so we don't look at the bigger picture of getting the silting done. I've looked at the site, I attend the site regularly, and I always look at the beautiful photographs produced by Pete Wilson. I've attended the site many times, and it does need silting. The site going forward, as the leader of Environment Cabinet Cook says, is just appalling to say, to turn it into a wet woodland. It's a pond, and we need to keep it as a pond. There's so much wildlife there, herons, everything. And it's really, really unfortunate that I've seen the amendment, I've seen the report, and it seems like a way of just mitigating the responsibilities. If you look at the reality of it, 14 years, legal obligations to desilt. 5 years, it should be done. That's 3 times this council's missed it. If you do it again, that's 2 decades, 20 years. So my amendment says a contamination report for the site should be carried out at a minimum of 10 trial pits around the site. Water tests to be carried out to determine if the water is of good quality. 3 times desilting quotes must be undertaken once these reports have come back. At the moment, the report says it might be contaminated. Don't we need to know if it is contaminated? There's wildlife there, people that bathe in there in the summer, and yet you're not interested to find out if the water is contaminated or the ground. Water improvement works to be carried out if the water is contaminated, and desilting works to be carried out as well if it is contaminated. Why are we hiding the fact that potentially there might be contamination in the ground as a way of getting rid of our needs to deal with the works? I think what's been produced and produced by the council in this report is insult to the residents. And I believe that this needs to be looked at. So all I've asked is the report to be understood, contamination reports to be carried out, water tests to be carried out. Let's find out if it's contaminated. If it is, let's get the contaminations removed. Let's get it a clean environment for all to enjoy. So please support me in that. All I'm asking for is a site to be ensured that it's clean and safe for all the residents and wildlife.
Have you got a seconder, Councillor?
Yeah.
Councillor Donnell, thank you.
I reserve the right, please.
Councillor Cook, do you accept the amendment?
Okay, we move on to debate on the amendment.
Debate on the amendment.
Anyone wish to speak?
Anyone wish to speak?
Councillor Beaukett.
Councillor Beaukett, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to express my support for this petition brought forth by Friends of St Bridge Balancing Pond and the resolution proposed by this council. The issues surrounding the silt build-up in the Balancing Pond do require attention, and I commend the FOSB for their dedication to addressing this matter. Being councillor for a neighbouring Barnwood ward, I understand the joined-up work required to manage such a space, as Barnwood has its own balancing pond. The petition demonstrates the importance of community action and the preservation of natural habitats. I extend my gratitude to the members of FOSB for their efforts in maintaining the pond area, which contributes to saving significant resources for this council. The resolution put forth by this council shows a commitment to collaborative problem solving and environmental stewardship. By acknowledging the existing management plan for the nature reserve and pledging to keep the issue of silt removal under review, it affirms some dedication to the well-being of our city residents and wildlife. Additionally, the proposed steps do obtain accurate costings for the desilting process as a next step, and they reflect a starting point, at least, to safeguarding our environment. Let us continue to work collaboratively with the Friends of St Bridge Balancing Pond and other valued partners to ensure the preservation of this vital resource, natural resource for current and future generations. Thank you.
Did you want to speak, Jeremy? Sorry, I was looking at you.
Yeah, just to say, I think it's probably best to support the amendment. I assume it doesn't actually affect the amendment that Councillor Gravel's put, but it does seem sensible to carry out tests on the water quality and to look at the desilting, what it would cost to desilt the pond. I think when we see the figure of £700,000, you know, we look at it and think that's a considerable amount of money, but is that really the true cost? And I think, frankly, we ought to find that out. So I'm happy to recommend that Council supports the amendment by Mr Chambers.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak in this debate because I don't think I really know enough about it. And of course, these amendments came fairly late in the day, so I haven't really had time to research them as much as I should do. But it would be useful, the amendment from the Community Independent Group of what we've heard so far does sound reasonable. It talks about water tests and desilting quotes. They don't talk about committing to do the work. So it would be useful to hear from the administration why it is they are not supporting this amendment, so the rest of us can make up our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is there any more debate? No. Councillor O'Donnell first, closing speech.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just really want to know why do you, it seems like you're really going against the testing of the silt. Why do you not want to test the water? And sorry, I'm getting tired now. So, oh fuck, I forgot where. Sorry. Yes. So, yeah, basically, why will you not support the amendment? Surely it makes sense to get the quotes, to get it checked, and get somebody down here to know who knows what they're doing, and not just relying on figures from your imagination, because that's what it sounds like. Thank you.
Okay, and I accept your apology there. There was a slip of the tongue, don't worry.
Sorry, no, Councillor Cook. Summing up speech.
Summing up speech.
If he wishes.
If you wish. Summing up speech.
A summing up speech, if you wish.
Oh.
Madam Mayor, the council has every intention of helping the Friends, consulting them, involving them and informing them and working with them to identify funding sources. I am sure that suggestions to improve the pond area are thorough and investigating all the issues that Councillor Chambers brought up. But at the moment, I'm not prepared to accept the amendment because I do not believe that it is presently affordable to do that. So I am prepared to accept the amendment that Councillor Gravel has put forward, but that's where I'm at.
So we're going to go to the vote on the...
No.
We're going to vote on the amendment. Those in favour, raise your hands, please.
This is Councillor Chambers' amendment.
It's Councillor
Councillor Chambers' amendment.
Councillor Chambers' amendment.
Those in favour.
Those against.
Abstains.
That amendment is lost. We go back to the Thank you.
Are there any different speakers in that debate?
Are there any different speakers who would like to speak on the main debate?
Yeah.
Councillor Alistair Chambers.
What do you expect? No, seriously. This is about the environment. You're talking about a few £1,000s to do a water test. You're talking about a couple of grand to do trial pits. And the reason I know the costings is because I undertook the very same works on a bigger water course in the city of Gloucester that came under Natural England and the Ancient Monument status, which is the highest status of a water course anywhere in the country. Yeah? So this water course isn't even as protected as this water course that I've done. And you're talking about a few £1,000s to find out if the land's contaminated and the water's contaminated. This amendment is a farce. It's not actually doing anything. It's saying you're going to monitor the silt. We've seen the silt. It stinks. It's building up and it's turning it into a wet woodland. I can't support this motion amendment. I think it's absolutely shocking and a disgrace to the Gloucester City residents that love to enjoy the pond.
Anybody else? Anything else? Any further debate? Councillor Conter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Surely if we are dredging and dumping the silt, it needs to be tested so that we know whether it's contaminated or not, because it will merely contaminate the places it's dumped.
Any other debate on? Any point? No.
In that case, it's Councillor Durdy.
Councillor Durdy, do you wish to respond now? No, thank you.
I think we are ready to vote.
Back to Councillor Cook to sum up.
Madam Mayor, I would just suggest we go to the vote.
Vote on the amendment as put forward by Councillor Grells. Those in favour?
Those against?
Those against?
That motion's carried.
That motion's carried. Okay, we've got questions from members and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. And those questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions should be put and answered without discussion. Noted that we have 45 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. So, you're first, Councillor Hilton.
Well, I never thought we'd actually get to this point where members' questions would happen. And I'm not going to make a large speech on this either. Question one, can I thank the leader for his reply? I'm surprised he's so shy about telling this council how much the forum will cost us. Looking at the budget papers published in February 2021, it states the capital budget for the forum from 21 to 26, when it should be completed, was around £100 million. And it would be useful to know whether we're on target or not. The leader says the forum has enjoyed cross-party support. He's right about that, but there's no reason why we shouldn't just challenge him and find out that things are okay. He says that the lets now are at 71%, but I wonder whether the leader is still having sleepless nights over this project, and when he thinks we will get 80% letting, or 90% letting, or 100% letting, and what the break-even point will be. When you talk about 71%, you're actually talking a big chunk of it in space is the car park. Well, the car park's not going to be full and utilised if the office accommodation is not full and utilised. We know the hotel's there. The hotel's not going to be full and utilised if the office accommodation isn't being used and isn't being staffed and there aren't people there for it to be a real success. So I just wonder are you still having these sleepless nights? And do we need 80% occupation, 90% or 100% occupation so that we can be assured that it's going to cover its costs?
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Richard Cook.
I'm very surprised, Madam Mayor, that Councillor Hilton is concerned about my sleep. Really surprised. I made that quote to a newspaper who was touring that particular site, and I wanted to demonstrate by saying that just how important I felt that that development was. I don't have enough detail to be able to answer your question in detail. I would hope that we get to 100% by the time it's ready, because I know that when we've managed the figures in the past, we've been looking at a range of occupancy rates. So I don't honestly know the answer to your question of whether it be doable at 71% or at 80% or at 90%, but I'm just hoping that we'll get to close to 100%.
Thank you. Councillor Hilton, question?
Yeah, can I thank
Number two.
Ray for his answer? Roots Coffee and Community is a superb community asset in the heart of Kingsholm. It's been there for at least 10 years. I remember being briefed on it by the people that set it up before it was established. It's imperative that it stays open. And I was shocked to hear that it closed on the 10th of February. I hope there is a stay of execution. When I spoke to the manager, he said he appreciated the support from both the city and county councils had given in the past. And we know that there's a rescue bid being prepared, but it will need a robust business plan, as the Cabinet member suggests. Will you guarantee that the City Council will continue to liaise with Roots and the rescue group to offer practical support, as you suggest, but only if it's requested? We wouldn't want to interfere in what they're doing, but they might need some support, and I think technical support might also be helpful. So I just wonder whether you can guarantee that support will be there.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Padilla.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. I myself feel bad about it because it has really played an important role to people who are living in the area, and also even those who are living beyond. I just hope that the council could allocate resources for a business rescue fund, but we know that we cannot do this for now, and we're not in a position to do so. I don't think there is anything else we can do to prevent Roots closing. This has been a board of directors decision, while they evaluate all the offers of support that have come since they made the announcement. But one thing we can assure you is that we will continue to remain open to extending any forms of support within our means in the future. And we will keep on encouraging our officers to maintain connections with the relevant members of this organization in the upcoming weeks and months, in the hope that they can reinstate, Roots and continue serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Padilla. Question 3 from Councillor Pullen. Can I just add, it's very nice to have you back, Terry.
Thank you. Thank you for members for that support. It's been really lovely to have messages and welcome back. So thank you. It's good to be back. Just to remind people, my question was whether the leader was happy with the design, layout and location of the COVID memorial. And I'm pleased to see that he is. I'm also pleased to see that the plans that were brought to overview and scrutiny committee some months ago in my absence have been acknowledged and changes have been made. The motion was brought to council 2 years ago by the Labour group and passed unanimously, but it was 2 years ago. I've been out of Gloucester Royal a couple of times recently, and as I'm waiting, in front of me is a lovely COVID memorial that marks the efforts that everyone made, and particularly the NHS staff made. It's been there since 2021. Councillor Cook, aren't you just a little bit disappointed and even a little bit embarrassed that it's been 2 years since we passed a motion for a COVID memorial and we don't have one? Could I just remind everyone that on the 23rd of March this year, it is National COVID Memorial Day. And it's sad, isn't it, that we haven't got a memorial in the park.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Richard Cook.
I think there have been a number of people involved in procuring this monument, including organisations outside of the council. And I think some of those organisations have been very slow in helping us develop this. They've not been forthcoming very quickly in terms of replies to us when we've been discussing with them what we'll do. We've also had internal wrangling, shall I say, where people have said, yeah, it's fine. And then a few months later, no, it's not. So we've had to change plans yet again. Yeah, it could have been done quicker. I entirely agree with you. It could have been. But I think the problem has been the lack of constant communication between all parties involved in preparing this memorial. I'm hopeful that if we go ahead with the tree proposal, which seems to be acceptable to most people, that we could probably have it done by March of this year. So, yeah, it's been delayed, but as I say, it's been delayed through lack of communication through multiple parties, not just here.
Councillor Pullen, your next question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In 2019, this council passed a climate change emergency. Every year since then, usually in January, I ask the council, where is that action plan? Now, I don't know what people understand by the term emergency, but for me, it means imminent danger. It means act urgently. It means blue lights. Quite frankly, it means get your finger out and do something. If it's taken 5 years to come up with an action plan, what hope has the council got of achieving carbon neutral status by 2030, which is only now 6 years away? It's taken 5 years to come up with an action plan. We've got to be carbon neutral by 2030. What hope have we got of doing that?
Councillor Richard Cook.
The plan gives us the information that we need to be able to proceed with the work that we've got to be done. We are already, on the basis of the strategy that has been developed, able to start discussing what we're going to be doing about the vehicles that we own, what we're going to be doing about the buildings we own, but we have to have that strategy in place before we can start to do the delivery of that programme. I'm quite confident that we now have a basis to move forward. I remember you asking me a similar question this time last year, and I said, I want to make sure we do this right, not rushed. And I think we've done a really good job has been done in preparing the climate change strategy, which you will see in due course, or maybe you've already seen, I'm not sure. I think it was forwarded to you and you did respond. But you know, again, we got very little response when that was published to members of the Climate Change Working Group. I think you were one, I was one, and there were maybe one or two others, but most people didn't bother to respond to it at all, which makes it very difficult to proceed.
Thank you. The next question, 5, is from Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you very much. I've got to say on this motion, I've got a question. I've got big appreciation for Stephanie Chambers, who's worked very hard on this, and I'm loving what she's doing. So the only real question I've got is the empty warehouse that we've got. It's been empty for, well, I can't even remember how many years now. Must cost well over £1 million by now in just standing there empty. Is there no chance we could possibly maybe turn that into some accommodations? Thank you.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is difficult when you're looking at conservation buildings, and although that would seem like an ideal solution and it would fit a lot of people in, the costings of converting that building for accommodation is just not within our budget to do.
Councillor Donnell, your second question, please.
Yes, thank you. Now, I've had a lot of emails and complaints about this, residents receiving letters, and it's about the property in Abbeydale that's going to be used for emergency accommodation for immigrants in the city. Now, one resident sent me a copy of a letter that states basically that it's going to go ahead regardless of what they say. So what I want to know is, can we not hold a proper consultation in one of the community buildings in the area so that every resident can then have their say? Thank you.
It's Councillor Stephanie Chambers again. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the my answer states, we are not managing or running this building. It is being run by and put forward by the County Council. However, I'm more than happy to take any emails, or you put forward anybody to me that has any questions, and I can work with the County Council to get back to them. However, it's still going to be residential use, so I don't believe there's any change of use there. So, but I'm happy to take any queries that residents have.
Next question is from Councillor Chambers de Boos. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In regard to Eastgate Market, I know that at the moment a lot of the traders are very, very worried about the plans, about possible gentrification of the market and where they stand within that. When does the council plan to have a meeting for those traders to start allaying their worries? Thank you.
Councillor Andy Lewis is going to answer this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had several meetings with them already, discussing new contracts and all the rest of it, and going through what they might need, what they won't need, and discussing what the timescales would be. But I can assure them that within the whole Greyfriars scheme, they are the first ones to be moved. They have to be, to make sure that everything else is free and available for everyone. And I was in there again today. All right, I was buying pork pies, but that's besides the point. But I talked to him. I was sat in for one day. It was 8 hours, and then it was 5 hours to finish them off and whatever. So they are being consulted. We've been asking them what they want to have on their stalls. Do they want different stalls? What the butcher will need more space. The fishman will. The Aladdin's Cave will. But the others will be all sort of standardised and whatever. So we are getting down to the nitty gritty. And from what I can tell, they're extremely happy. And we've had a new person go in there in section 1 today. So there we go.
Thank you. Councillor 8, question 8, Councillor Conda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No further questions.
So Councillor 9 to Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
On Remembrance Weekend, Brendan and I undertook an inspection of homeless people and people sleeping rough in our city. It was devastating to find a British military veteran sleeping rough by Gloucester Docks. You state that there's favourable terms for British military veterans. Please can you tell me in what order British military veterans come in conjunction with the immigrants at Abbeydale? Thank you.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, you're going to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm sure we are all grateful for the brave members of the military who put their lives at risk for all of us and our families. And yes, we do need to give them favourable conditions when we're assessing our duty to them, and we do. In relation to, you claim the immigrants in the hotel, that moved to the Wheatridge, they're no longer immigrants. They are people that have been given the leave to remain here, and they're starting their lives. It's not assessed under the same circumstances. It's an enablement centre where they're given work opportunities, and they're not assessed and they don't go through the same process. It's a different scheme, and it's run by the County Council, so I'm sure you can ask your colleagues there more about it.
Question 10 from Councillor Field. Can you switch your microphone off, please, Councillor? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the answer. And I'm just wondering if, to the best of your knowledge, we've had several trees that have been uprooted in the recent storms, and some of them were in Tuffley Park. Is it the council's policy, to the best of your knowledge, to replace and maintain the number of trees that are currently in Tuffley Park, or even increase them?
That's a Richard Cook.
I can't be specific about that, but I know that we're getting trees from a variety of sources and intending to plant lots. If you can get in touch with the tree officer and let him know that there are issues regarding trees having been felled in that area, he can use trees that he might be able to source at the moment for replacing them.
Councillor Dr Trimnall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to really ask on question 11, does the leader of this council see this council reaching the point of last result compulsory redundancies? Oh, sorry, is that too? Yeah.
Sir Hannah Norman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. As the written answer states that any compulsory redundancies would always be the last result for the organisation to consider with balancing the demands of both the in-year financial pressures and also the 5-year money plan. We have gone through restructures within the organisation previously, and voluntary redundancy was taken by some individuals that felt that that was the right decision for them. But again, compulsory redundancies are something we would do as the absolute last resort. I would say that for any of us that are in this chamber from next year, it's about balancing both savings and also income generation to make sure we continue to do the great work of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. From Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No supplementary questions. For 12 or 13.
Councillor Castle, question 14, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine's regarding the removal of the Christmas tree. What's the difference in cost from the contractors removing the tree to the council undertaking the removal? And was it not part of the contract to install and remove the tree?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, Councillor Castle, I don't know the answer to that question right now. So would you be comfortable if we gave you a written response?
Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, I have a supplementary to number 15. That's to Hannah, I think. I've already mentioned beforehand how important it is that accurate accounts are published by this authority. It's going to be particularly important in an election year when the public needs to know what the financial health of this council is. And also any incoming administration needs to know that the statement of accounts is accurate and that they don't have surprises later on that year. Looking at the figures, for 2021, we should have filed audited accounts by September 21. We are already 16 months late. For 22-23, we should have filed audited accounts by September 22. Already 4 months late. You haven't even published unaudited accounts on our website, though you were promising to do so. Other councils in Gloucestershire have done so. Isn't it the case that the financial affairs of this council are in a precarious state thanks to years of incompetent Conservative rule?
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Although I will ignore some of the premise of the question, what I will say is that I share the concerns of the Chair of Audit and Governance, who sat next to you right now, about the delays. That's a national issue with the auditing of local government accounts. Declan and I have had multiple conversations on the subject and are both motivated to get this moving forward. He is also aware that there's the commitment that the 21-22 unaudited accounts would be published by the end of January, which by my calendar makes the middle of next week. And I have assurances from the Section 151 officer that that will happen. Equally, I have publicly stated in this chamber that the 22-23 accounts unaudited will also be published in time for either of you to question me at the March 2024 full council prior to the local elections. So we are as motivated as you to get this moving forward. The one thing I would say is that the finance team are working flat out to support that effort, also with the budget preparations and all the other projects that this authority undertakes. And unlike other authorities, we have had a slight issue of the cyber incident during the periods we're talking about. So they have had to recreate records in order for them to be audited. So we do thank all members of this council for their patience, but the promises that we have just given be enacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Councillor Pullen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question is around Herbert, Kimberley and Philpott's warehouse. I understand the market price of those warehouses was £3 million, but they're likely to be sold for £2 million. But I've also been told that it costs £61,000 just to keep them empty. Now, with this reduced price and the cost of keeping them empty, would the Cabinet member not agree that this whole thing has been a financial disaster?
Councillor Hannah Norman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what I would agree with, Terry, is that it's been frustrating that the sale of those warehouses hasn't moved at the pace that we would have hoped them to do. Obviously, members will recall that we engaged into an arrangement with Dowdeswell for them to look at the conversion of the warehouses. And then, unfortunately, COVID hit and that organisation were unable to move forward with their scheme. We have rapidly remarketed the warehouses and the market value we've managed to secure is as you quoted. And at the moment, the heads of terms and negotiation with that occupier is progressing at pace. If I had my way, they would be fully occupied now and off of our asset sheet. But unfortunately, these things are moving at the pace that we currently can administer.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. Councillor O'Donnell? Question 17, Councillor O'Donnell.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yes, that's right. Now, my question is for the Community Cabinet member. With this CIC, will you be investigating this? As I personally have seen homeless people kept outside in the pouring rain and not being allowed in. And it was a warm space at the time. He's had warm space money. And it really concerns me now. Myself and Alice have got video evidence of other being treated like shit, being treated badly. So, with this evidence in mind, will there be an investigation into the CIC? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, thank you.
Any Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Your question doesn't specifically mention any particular organisation, and we do need accurate information. We've been in this chamber before where you've made anonymous accusations and we haven't been able to get to the bottom of them because no factual information has come forward. If we are to actually help people here, we need the actual information, we need the facts, and we need to be able to put them in front of who we need to be able to, which if there is being abuse, it would be the police or the safeguarding. But of course, we would take it seriously. All the housing officers that work with people here. Well, you can send it to me privately, and I will pass it on to officers. I'm more than happy, but it has to be factual information. It has to be absolutely clear cut so we can do something about it. And until then, nothing can be done. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, number 18 from Councillor Chambers de Boost, please.
I've got no further questions on that one, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
The Cabinet Member of Communities. Brenda and myself have regularly gone out various different hours from 4 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night to speak to street drinkers. Have you been out to speak to them and find out the reasons why they're street drinking?
Personally, I haven't, but the team continues to deal with them. We have the Solace team, which is our anti-social behavior task force, and there was Op Ebrius, which we launched in August and September, which dealt with a lot of ASB cases within the city center area. But the one thing I can assure you, Councillor Chambers, is that we were able to come up with an initiative which would bolster efforts being undertaken by Solace. And by next month, you will be seeing the community hotspots engagement team helping the ongoing efforts within the city center area and beyond. And when I say this, I think the time has come that we should also look beyond the city center area when it comes to tackling antisocial behavior. And I'm talking of areas like Matson, Robinswood and White City, Barton and Threadworth, and even Kings Home. So next month, you'll see this being rolled out, and we are hoping that we'll be able to not only further curb antisocial behavior within the city center area, but also outside the four gates of the city. Thank you very much.
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the Cabinet Member for the answer. I'm sure you share my desire to see this important resource, the club at Tuffley Park, brought back into use for the Podsmead community and the Tuffley community indeed. Can you account for any of the delays that are taking place and why we can't get a tenant in any sooner than we are doing?
Councillor Hannah Norman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Field. So I was meeting with our investment manager today, where she confirmed that the expressions of interest will close next week. We are then going to be canvassing yourself for availability to then look at those expressions of interest in order for us to then move forward with the transfer of that asset through the community asset transfer policy. We're definitely committed to do this prior to PERDA. So we hope to be able to announce the new tenant before around the time of council in March. And the one thing I will say is that in the recent bad weather, there has been some damage to the roof of the club. So whomever we determine to be the appropriate leaseholder moving forward may have a slight delay of actually taking occupation while we resolve those repairs. But very much it's one of the major projects that I'm looking to complete in this side of the election in regards of asset management. And I look forward to working with you on the selection committee.
Thank you. Councillor Dr Trimnell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your to the Cabinet Member for your comprehensive answer that yes, permanent barriers will be erected to stop the unauthorised parking behind North Warehouse by the end of this month. I have since received photographs from residents and seen for myself the damage that this unauthorised parking has caused to the pavings and flagstones. Will the Cabinet Member please liaise with the right officers to get these fixed as soon as possible? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course, if you're happy to share those images with me, I will be able to then liaise with the relevant officers so that we can look at the timeline for making repairs. Thank you.
Sir Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just first of all say I'm pleased to see that our sports centres are reopened, though I wasn't too happy with the fact that the swimming pool was closed for 44 days. Yeah, it's a bit too long, I would say. Anyway, thank you for the answer, detailed. Would your administration intend to test the final tenders for the new provider to manage and run GL1 and Oxtall's sports park against in-house provision? The Liberal Democrat administration would do that. And of course, we've got elections.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've looked at it, SLC have looked at it, our consultants who are the best in the field, and they said for us to actually undertake that, to bring it in-house, we haven't got the expertise to do it. Somebody like Freedom, who are doing a fantastic job, and they reopened just about everything. I think the sauna's about to open, and that's about it. They are doing a fantastic job, and we haven't got their expertise. We haven't got their scale of where they do in like Forest of Dean and Cirencester as well. So personally, no, I'm going to take the experts' advice and say, no, we won't be looking to go bring it in-house because we haven't got the expertise. Let's the other people who have got the expertise run it.
Thank you. Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I asked the question, how much has the council spent on consultants so far this year? I was astounded, £491,000. Now, on looking at that, 43,000 of that was spent on procurement for the new leisure provider. £82,000 of that was spent on the climate action plan, which we still haven't seen. In addition to, of course, we've got a climate change manager. How much more are we going to spend? Look, over recent years, this council has slashed budgets, cut staff, got rid of really experienced workers, and now we have to rely on consultants to run this council. Wouldn't it have been better to keep council services in-house, run by skilled, experienced and knowledgeable staff, and saved an awful lot of money on expensive consultants?
Norman.
I'm afraid, Terry, I disagree with you. I don't believe it would have been better. So if you look at the list, you'll see that some of the figures are quite nominal, so £1,000 for a consultancy report. To hold a member of staff with specialist skill set on your FTE count that may only be deployed for a project once every 6 months, I would say is inefficient and doesn't drive value for money for residents within Gloucester. But what this does, it enables us to be nimble and to get expertise that we need when we're looking to drive projects forward within this city. And I personally believe going to experts in their field and paying for their consultancy is better than having staff that are maybe more generic in their skill set and hence not a specialist in the areas that we need them for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell, question 24, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your response to this question about being commercially sensitive, but surely the CICs and the charity shops are not commercially sensitive. So what I want to know is, why are we giving these properties, CICs and charities, these buildings for free or not even for minimal cost when the council bangs on it's got no money for anything? So we could be making a profit, an income on these buildings. But I've lost my thought. Sorry again. So why is then?
So basically, Brendan's question here is sorry, Kathy. Brendan's got issues.
Councillor Norman understands the question. Okay. It's all right. She got the gist of it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So
I think we'll call and adjournment for a few minutes and can we just switch the camera off, please?
in light of the answer that came in written form, when the council look at engaging in a lease or a licence for any of our premises, we always look at the overarching balance of that business plan. So sometimes there might be a cultural initiative that's good for us to bring into the city. Sometimes it's to help a start-up, and that therefore we may offer favourable commercial terms to that individual because of that. So there isn't a one-fits-all solution, but what I would assure you and assure residents of Gloucester is that we always look at our role as a place shaper and about supporting other sectors and communities whilst we're making those commercial decisions.
Right, Councillor Chambers to Boos, I think.
No further questions on that.
Thank you. Councillor Alistair Chambers, question 26. Thank you.
With regards to the constitutional changes that are looking to be passed today, how much is that costing Gloucester taxpayers in total?
Councillor Cook.
I understand it's zero. No cost.
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much to the Cabinet Member for the answer. I wonder if you're aware of the ancillary benefit that we may get from the Podsmead Regeneration Scheme, which is to have a pharmacy at long last in Podsmead. I believe there's a plan to install one on the ground floor of what is currently the Podsmead Big Local Hub. Do you join me in welcoming this if this is the case?
Councillor Stephanie Chambers then, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I do join you in welcoming that, and I know lots of people have worked really hard to make sure that happens, and I think a pharmacy in Posmead is going to be a huge benefit to all the community there.
From Councillor Dr Trimnell next, thank you.
No further questions on this one, thank you.
Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My last question, and it's to Richard. Only 5, Andrew. There was a YouTube video that is 4 years old where the former Conservative councillors Dawn Melvin and Paul James were singing the praises of a deal done with a business partner to restore and regenerate the Fleece Hotel. According to Ms Melvin, they were over the moon. It was an interview by Punchline magazine. Nothing has happened. The partner has been dismissed, and now we learn that £6.3 million of government grants set aside for the Fleece Hotel has been stolen from the Fleece and spent elsewhere. Yet another failure of your administration, isn't it? Has the City MP been told?
Of course he knows.
From Councillor O'Donnell again, question 30, Brendan.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the reply. And it does state in this question of where I was talking about earlier, the Smiles Cafe. But what I want to know is why are we waiting for the election? It's not the councillors that do the investigating or go and speak to them. It's the officers that do it for us.
Brendan's question is. Brendan's question is.
Fuck. Yeah, Brendan.
We not let the officers continue without the councillors. It's not the councillors that actually go and investigate all this. It's not. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Hannah Norman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, you're quite right. The councillors are the officers are the people that enact the decisions that the councillors set the political direction of travel. The lease that was given to this organisation in the first place was through consultation with all of the cabinet, and therefore I feel, with it being so close to the election, it would only be right and proper for whomever is the administration moving forward, obviously I hope it remains on this side of the chamber, has the right to set that political direction of travel for officers to enact post May the 2nd. Thank you.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
With the multi-million pounds worth of taxpayers' money that's been lost.
Please, Alistair, thank you.
With the multi-million pounds worth of taxpayers' money that's been lost recently, with the 41,000 at the club at Tuffley, the 100+ thousand at the Longsmith car park, the £1.5 million plus at GL1, the £1 million plus loss at the cyber attack, plus many other losses like HKP, as Terry Pullen mentioned earlier, Councillor Pullen. The question asked before is, does the management of the City Council need a change? The response was no. Please, can you elaborate why no? Because if this was a business, they'd be gone. It's taxpayers' money that have been thrown away at the wayside. Why is it a no to change of management? This needs a change of management urgently.
Councillor Richard Cook.
I think I've heard you ask that question in a number of different fora. My view is that there's no organisation anywhere on the planet that doesn't from time to time suffer its problems. I won't waste everybody's time by going through every one of the things that you've just mentioned, but I'd just like to mention one of them. If things go wrong, it's the job of senior management to correct that and make things go right. And I think when you look at something like the cyber attack, the managing director really motivated council to find ways through all of that problem and bring us back on track again. I think if it hadn't been for his skill in motivating all the people involved, that would have been much slower and much more difficult and probably much more expensive. Mm-hmm. If I look at the situation at GL1, it was not of his making, yet he rolled up his sleeves and got on with the job of helping the head of culture to bring in Freedom Leisure in a very quick time and make that operation stand up again thoroughly. So I would say it's not down to any one individual that things have all gone wrong. but it is down to one individual how he's corrected them and made things go a lot better. And that's why I would say what I'm saying.
Hear, hear.
Councillor Dr Trimnell, please. 32.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for to the Cabinet Member for the response in terms of this. I'm pleased to hear that evening enforcement has taken place on the gate streets, and this has been proven very effective. Unfortunately, as your bracketed information in your response suggests, this is as and when enforcement takes place. I do feel there is a very real safety issue to pedestrians using the gate streets when vehicles are also using the gate streets. And therefore, I would be really grateful if the Cabinet Member could possibly provide me with some more further written information with regards to your own request to the County Council in terms of increasing the frequency of enforcement in the evenings, as I do believe more work is needed to stop vehicles using the gate streets at this time. So that is kind of a question. It's really asking for the information that you sent to County Council to ask for more enforcement. Thank you.
Councillor Cook.
Yeah, I'm aware that the information went from officers and the requests went from officers to the County Council to provide enforcement. And I know that there's been further requests for more enforcement because it's not done every day. I don't know what formal means that they make those inquiries. It's probably simply an email, and I would have to check whether that's available to forward on to you.
Councillor Chambers, Alistair Chambers, question 33.
There's been 8 fires at Eastern Avenue, Ubico Station, 2 which required the fire service to attend. This is obviously not a safe system. If the fire service has to attend, they can't contain the fire themselves. People's lives are at risk. It's just not good enough. What is the Cabinet Member for Environment going to do to ensure staff at Ubico is going to be safe, as well as the general public, given that there's been 8 fires, 2 of them requiring first emergency responders?
Councillor Cook.
Full health and safety considerations are always taken into effect at the Eastern Avenue depot. So people aren't going to be standing next to a baler that could potentially have something in there that could be explosive, like nitrous oxide canisters or batteries, for example. So because these are not infrequent here in Gloucester, not infrequent in other depots that are similar around the country, we make sure that full health and safety procedures are followed at all times in the depot to ensure that there's no risk to people who are working there.
That ends the questions to members. We now have questions to chairs of committees. Responses from chairs of committees have been published and circulated in advance, and those questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we only have 15 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. So the first one, well, I think they all are, from Councillor Alistair Chambers.
So, question to ONS committee. Following the significant safety risks I found at Longsmith car park, which led to the closure, and that of Kings Walk and Eastgate shopping centre that required a walk around, I've noticed that many of these health and safety defects, which result to criminal prosecutions of the head of place, have still not been rectified. What is going to happen if these don't get rectified if somebody gets hurt?
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. As you will see in the answer, we set out the council's procedure. Normally, in these cases, a notice of motion will go in and if it's carried by the council, then scrutiny might bring it up as a notice of motion, as an update on a notice of motion after 6 months. It hasn't quite happened yet, but nevertheless, I have undertaken to ask for an update at the February meeting of scrutiny, and I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Alistair Chambers, question 2.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the Longsmith car park and how dangerous that was, fortunately I contacted building control, the fire officer and the structural engineer, which all agreed with me that the car park was very dangerous and had to shut immediately. What investigations are going to be carried out in the council to allow such public buildings frequently used to run in such a disrepair that puts public safety at immediate danger?
Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't obviously comment on the council's response to this. The question was to me as Chair of Overview and Scrutiny, and I've answered it in the best way I can in regards to what action the Scrutiny Committee are taking. Nobody here disagrees that there were dangerous elements that needed to be rectified, but as you see from my answer to your question 1, that sets out the measures that the Council are taking, and we will hear a full update on both of these issues at the February 26th meeting of Overview and Scrutiny.
Thank you. Question 3, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the club at Tuffley, we've already heard from a question from Lord Ben Baker that the club's cost city taxpayers over £46,000 in lost rental revenue. What the council failed to disclose, it's also cost significantly around £120,000 in lost revenue from electric bills. Will ONS therefore please investigate this, seeing as there's other taxpayers' money that's been lost at the wayside through incompetent leadership of the City Council?
Sorry, Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not aware of that item, but I'm happy to speak to the Cabinet member and get some more information on that. And if it's something that we feel we need to scrutinise, then I will discuss it with the scrutiny leads and the members of the committee, and we will bring it to the committee if we feel it's so needed.
Thank you. Question 4, please, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the car park increases, I attended a cabinet meeting and raised my concerns before the pack went out and the price changes were made. Subsequently, I was proven correct, and there was issues and charges that were unfair to the Gloucester taxpayers. As a result, the parking fees are being overhauled and rechecked. Please can Overview and Scrutiny look into why a failing of a report went out which was dramatically incorrect, and the officer therefore left and went to another authority.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. If we feel we need to look at this, then it's something we will do. But as I set out in my answer, you have the report from Scrutiny in January 2023 when we looked at the car parking charges. Then they went out. There were some errors made, and that has been admitted. It was corrected, and this was minuted at the Cabinet meeting in December. It's not for the Scrutiny Committee to concern ourselves all the time with the operational matters of the council, but where there are failings, of course, we will investigate them fully as we feel the need to.
Councillor Chambers, question 5, please.
And to the Chair of Licensing. Thank you for the response on how our complaints received. Will there be further investigation if said complaint involved a young female and severe sexual advances from a Gloucester taxi driver, which was caught on CCTV?
Councillor Laura Booker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. I can't comment on individual cases, but yes, as long as evidence is provided, it would of course be investigated.
Question 6. Councillor Chambers, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. If said taxi driver therefore then leaves the country and does not return, what process would be followed following that sexual advance illegally by Gloucester taxi driver?
Councillor Booker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you again, Councillor Chambers. Obviously, it would be a matter for the police to investigate. That's not our role as a council to investigate that.
Question 7, Councillor Chambers.
Video footage has emerged of a Gloucester taxi driver sexually advancing and putting a vulnerable lady at risk. I noticed in response that no Hackney carriage or private hired drivers have been banned. Why is this not the case?
Councillor Laura Booker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the further question. Again, I can't comment on individual cases. But if it has been raised with the police and is being investigated, as I know an incident that has taken place has been, it will be obviously dealt with by the police and dealt with accordingly.
Thank you. Question 8, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you for advising that licence officers can award taxi players that don't display their current licensing plates with a maximum of 4 points, which would result, unfortunately, in possibly their loss of licence. Why is the City Council taking so long, up to 6 months in places, to give taxi drivers plates, when previously they could print the plates in-house and a taxi driver could get them within a day, possibly the same day? Now it's taking up to 4 months and drivers still do not have the correct licensing plates and are suffering the risk of carrying 4 points for the council not performing. Poor leadership, yet again, at the City Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Chambers, for that question. I don't have the specific answer to give, information to give to you, but I will come back to you with a written response if you're happy.
Thank you so much, Laura, for your great answers. Thank you.
Right, we're going to move on to item 11 on the agenda, which is the local council tax support scheme, pages 57 in your paper. It's for Councillor Norman to move.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In light of the time, I will be quite brief in my remarks that I will say about this paper. So I will ask that Council resolve the resolutions as per the prompt sheet and agenda. What I will highlight is that the scheme that we're proposing for 24-25 remains exactly the same as the scheme that we've had in for this year, so 23-24, with absolutely zero changes. It should also be noted that this scheme is one of the most generous schemes in the county, and therefore I hope all members can unanimously support this. And obviously I think it's also really important to say that any discounts that we do give come straight out of this council's bottom line. Previously there was a subsidy from central government, but that actually finished around a decade ago. But hopefully this won't be contentious and that we can get this passed forthwith. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Cook.
In the interest of brevity, I'll reserve the right.
Are there any amendments? Councillor Chambers, did you signal now?
I'd just like to debate on it, if that's okay, that's all. Thank you.
No amendments, move on to debate.
Yeah, we move on to debate. You can speak now. Thank you.
Background issues and key issues on the document states, as the rollout of universal credit continues administratively, it has made sense to align council tax support to universal credit. The traditional link between housing benefit, which will no longer be available to new claimants, and local tax support, which will not exist anymore, is essential to involve universal credit. Why have you wrote this, which is legislation which I asked last year to be brought out for bulk waste removal and green waste removal, and was voted down by the administration, not by Liberals, Labour and ourselves? You've just proven yourself incompetent. The leadership is flawed. This shows that the housing tax benefit and that of council tax support is null and void this year. That's why I said residents in Matson and Podsmead, who are the most deprived, needed their benefits aligned over to working family for universal credit. I was told it was not possible. Yet you've changed the whole tax system to universal credit. Therefore, it would have been a proactive move to ensure that those that are struggling with cost of living, those on benefits, would have been ready available to get their discounted green bins, to get their bulk item waste and claim the discount they're entitled to for being the most deprived in our county and in the most 10% deprived in our country. Yet again, this council is lethargic, is slow, is running out of energy, and is a bungling council that is failing from the top down. It's unfortunate that yet again, legislation has proved you wrong. You've done what you said couldn't be done, and I would demand that you support the bin reduction scheme for green bin and bulk waste for universal taxpayer credit people, as you refused to before. You said it was not possible, yet you've changed this whole system of council tax support in line with it. It's absolutely ridiculous. You've gone against what you said could happen, and yet again, the most vulnerable in our city, those on cost of living support, those are struggling on benefits have been let down, and it's highly unfortunate, very unfortunate. Okay, the point is yet again, you've given wrong information to the taxpayer, and you failed. You failed those most vulnerable in our city.
Any other debate on this? No.
Right, Councillor Cook, does he want to speak?
Councillor Cook, do you want to speak now? No, thank you. Councillor Norman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think Councillor Alistair Chambers may be slightly confused about the debate that we had referenced the bulky waste. The bulky waste discount is eligible to people that either have housing benefit and the importance is or local council tax support subsidy. So the rollout of universal credit is something that's being rolled out nationally. It's not a decision from Gloucester City. We are just enacting that on behalf of the DWP. So in essence, if someone moves from housing benefit to universal credit, they are very likely to still be eligible for the local council tax support scheme and therefore still eligible for the bulky waste discount. Hence, we seem to be debating something that in practice is not an issue. So I would just ask that we pass the policy through as there's been no changes from 23-24 to 24-25 and move on to the other substantive items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. We're going to vote on the motion now. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Item 12, Councillor Stephanie Chambers to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council adopted the community infrastructure in October 2019 and it was implemented in January 2020. It's essentially a tax on certain forms of development that the councils can use to deliver infrastructure. This report seeks the creation of a new joint committee to determine funding for strategic infrastructure projects. The committee will work within terms of reference and be supported by an officer working group, which will make recommendations to the committee. The three councils, Charlton, Tewkesbury and ourselves, have one vote each and full consensus will be required. Decisions made by the committee shall be subject to the scrutiny arrangements of each member councils, which will provide full transparency. Thank you.
You've got a seconder. Councillor Cook.
Reserve the right.
Are there any amendments? No. Any further? Oh, sorry, is that, yes? A debate or amendment?
Debate.
Okay.
Okay, so in Matson, we've got a big build, the Winnicroft development, and it's been going on for some years. There was some confusion when it first went out as to what was happening, but now there is essentially 500 families moving into the area. Matson is ill-equipped to deal with any of it. The road structure is inadequate. But what really baffles me is the legal requirement to have to pay SIL. I can't remember what it stands for.
Community investment.
Yeah, community infrastructure. Yeah. But what I want to know is how did they get away with not having to pay any SIL money? And by the, I know. Which works out at around nearly £2.5 million should have been paid to the local community to improve roads, doctors, schools, shops, anything in parks like that. But yeah, it got passed with no SIL money whatsoever. So the community has had nothing to help it cope with the influx of new houses that are going in. And also no social housing. And I recently found out that this happened under Andrew Gravells, and I just want to know how this happened. That's it, really.
The other debate. Councillor Chambers, Alistair Chambers, and Councillor Fuller. Thank you.
550 houses, 550 families moving into Matson. No social housing, no SIL payment. SIL is a legal obligation to be collected by the planning authority of the City Council. It did not collect it. It took no money. £2.5 million could have been paid into Matson, which is the most deprived area in our county and in our city. Why are you bringing deafness into it? There might be some people here that are deaf, and I think that's, again, Equality Act 2010.
Sorry, just carry on.
Sorry, very
Yes,
rude. Can you
but
include the time, please?
If you could just...
Absolutely disgusting. So, yeah, sorry, I've lost my track. 2.5 million's been lost that should have been paid to our most vulnerable in our community. Yet again, the bumbling leadership of this council has failed from the top. Resources are already stretched in Matson. This money could have been applied for doctors, surgeries, parks, community organisations, charities. More big profits for the housing developer and less money for the council. It's an actual abomination of our city, and I find it highly offensive for the residents of Matson, White City and Coney Hill and Robinswood.
Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think it might be useful to remind ourselves what we're looking at here. We are talking about a community infrastructure levy joint committee. Now, I wasn't quite sure what that was, so I rang up an officer and said, excuse me, could you explain what that is? And the fact of the matter is that what we're talking about here is strategic infrastructure development across Gloucester, Cheltenham and Tewkesbury. I'm correct in that? And that affects highways, schools, motorway junctions, those sorts of things. Strategic development, that committee. It doesn't impact or affect the 25% of the SIL arrangement that will be spent in local communities. So Gloucester will not be losing out as a result of that. I'm afraid you need to look at what this committee is about and what the discussion and the debate is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Hilton.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I welcome this report. You need to do it. You need to have a joint committee because we've had a joint core strategy for a number of years, and we know that quite a lot of the housing that's being allocated north of the city boundary will be in the Tewkesbury district, but it is for the growth of Gloucester City Council. And when you look at the money that's coming in, the bulk of the SIL money, the strategic funding, will come from the Tewkesbury district. And if you don't have this joint committee, the great danger is that Gloucester loses out from money because we are seeing these other strategic developments taking place. We need to make sure that the linkages that we get into the city centre, or whether there's other aspects of it, or strategic development, happen, and that might well benefit the city of Gloucester. Therefore, it's imperative that we support the recommendations and that we have that joint committee and that we work together with both Tewkesbury Borough Council and Cheltenham Borough Council and make sure that the money that is raised from the developments that are taking place predominantly in the Tewkesbury district have a benefit to the city of Gloucester and probably Cheltenham, though they were not too happy about us the other day. But it's important. It's the services it's like our leisure centre, for example. The likelihood there's quite a lot of people living in Innsworth and Twigworth and places like that who want to come in and use the leisure facilities in Gloucester, and therefore some of this money might well help improve our leisure facilities that we've got in the city of Gloucester to the benefit of people living just outside. So I recommend we support the recommendations, and it was entertaining to have some comments made really which weren't directly related to the agenda item, but I see your point you're making as well, but this probably isn't the right agenda item to do it on.
Hilton. Any more debate? Councillor Taylor, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be very brief. I wasn't going to say anything. I think Jeremy has covered it off very well as to why we have the SIL. And if memory serves me correctly, I think the Matson development was the decision by a planning inspector.
Any further debate? Do you want to sum up?
Councillor Cook first.
Oh, sorry, yes. You've got Councillor Stephanie Chambers, would like to sum up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And although really not part of this report, I do share Councillor O'Donnell's disappointment that there was no SIL funding from that project. However, as Gordon said, it was determined by the planning inspector. The planning committee here had nothing to do with that. And since then, some other schemes have come forward in Matson that will deliver some benefits for the Matson community, and I'm really pleased to see that. And I would also ditto what Councillor Pullen and Councillor Hilton say. This is really important for Gloucester. We get a say in where the infrastructure money is going to be spent, and that is really important. As Councillor Hilton said, a lot of the development takes place in Tewkesbury, and did we not form this, we'd have no say, and we get an equal say in where this money is going, and the impacts are within Gloucester's infrastructure. In relation, that's to do with the strategic fund. There is a community fund which Matson community could have, and I think some did, apply to. So there were some benefits there for the Matson community as well. So I just say, you know, really support this. It's really beneficial to Gloucester City residents and our infrastructure.
Okay, we go to the vote. Anybody in favour? Those in favour?
Anyone against?
No. Sorry, anybody against? We go to the review of members' allowances, item 13. Councillor Taylor to move, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and be brief given the lateness of the hour. It shouldn't ordinarily be me introducing this. We normally have the chair of the independent committee panel, so you have to bear with me. The independent panel looks at the allowances, and these are the issues that they've looked at this time round. How the base rate is calculated. They've looked at the role of the Deputy Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Committee. They looked at an alternative approach to leadership, group leaders' allowances, and they looked at members, champions and the Council's responses to our findings. They looked at the base rate, given that we've had an odd issue for the last 2 years where council employers have been given a flat rate, and have made some recommendations around that going forward, should that happen again in the following year. They had a look at the overview and scrutiny deputy chair position, but didn't feel in the end that it was similar to that of the deputy chair of planning, and so therefore made no changes to the recommendation, but that to keep it under review. They looked at the group leaders' recommendations. At the moment, there's currently only room for 2 group and deputy group leaders' allowances. They are looking at changing it, given that the balance of the council is changing and there's potential for more parties to be involved in the traditional 3. So they have come up with a different allowance scheme where you get a base amount as a group leader and deputy group leader, and then a portion depending on your group size going up. It's split into 3 bands, 2 to 5, 12 to 6 and 13 to 19. The logic being that it's not bigger than that, because if you've got more than 19 members, you're probably the leader of the council. They also looked at the allowances for childcare and adult care, and have suggested to bring that up into line with the living wage. They also noted that it's not claimed, and even though members said that they would find it useful, and so there was a plea from them to make use of it. We don't normally discuss this as council, but I'm just recommending that we accept the recommendations laid out in the report at Appendix 1. Okay.
Do you have a seconder?
I reserve the right.
Are there any amendments? No.
Go on to debate then.
On to debate. Councillor Chambers.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this report's basically saying we all get more money. I've noticed that the mayor's money has basically doubled, and so is that of the sheriff. Why was this happening during the cost of living? This is something I can't support. Don't get me wrong, if Brendan and I supported it, we'd be getting around £6,000, £7,000 more between us. I don't want that. There's people struggling in Matson to pay the heating. There's people struggling in Matson to afford energy costs. They can't put on the electric. They're walking around in the dark. And at the moment, each leader here gets money and each deputy leader gets money. With this changes, the leader will get money and I get money. We don't want that money. We want that money spent on our most deprived, on those struggling. And I think this is disgusting that we're here to vote on a document to give us all a lot more money. So on that point, I can't vote for it, especially when the mayor's basic amount's going up double, the sheriff's getting double. Why is this happening? Especially when the leader of Gloucester, Richard Cook, said and put in writing a document the sheriff was very lazy. Thank you.
Debate. Any other debate? Councillor Lewis, yes.
Did you actually look at the papers? This isn't for this year, it's for next year. They always work a year behind so that they get it right for next year. So hopefully by then you won't be in anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But to call the sheriff lazy, do you actually know what the sheriff does? No, you haven't got a clue. He's out nearly every single day representing this city, and he deserves everything as well as the mayor. So just...
Members, can I... No, you don't have an answer.
Constitution.
Right. At the beginning of this meeting, I mentioned the Nolan's principle, 7 principles, about respect to others, and I feel you're being disrespectful. So please try and remember to be respectful.
Constitution, right of reply, 15.11. It's a right of reply in the Constitution. You cannot go against
No,
the
there isn't. So
it
please,
is.
will you just please
Monitoring officer, please log
please
that.
be quiet.
Monitoring officer, log 15.11.
Be quiet, Councillor Chambers, or I'll ask you to leave the chamber.
Replying to Andrew.
Is there any other debate?
Is there any other debate?
Councillor O'Donnell.
Councillor
I
O'Donnell.
would just like to say, as Andy pointed out, it's next year, but is the cost of living crisis going to change next year? Not at all. So I still don't think we deserve it. I don't even think we've worked hard enough for the city, in my opinion. But again, that's just my opinion, and there you go.
Any other debate?
Councillor Kabashchik.
Yes, Councillor Kabashchik, do you want to say anything?
Well, let's go to the vote straight away, please.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor to sum up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be brief. I'll just point out that the basic allowance is staying the same. The only changes really monetarily are around the group leader and deputy group leader, and that this is something that we look at every year, and we know. And I just ask you to. It's in the independent panel produced this report. We don't do it. So I'm suggesting we accept the independent panel's recommendations, as they are independent.
Move to a vote then. Who's in favour? Please raise your hands. Thank you. Those. Can we have this is going to go on for a little bit, so can we just have a 5-minute break so I could go to the toilet at least? Thank you.
Right. Councillor Chambers to Booth.
Councillor, your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Tree.
Yeah, my motion is about accessibility and taxis. All of us. All of us.
Sit down a minute and start again. It's crazy. Now, can we wait until everyone's back in with respect, Madam?
We're going to start again, and I asked Councillor Chambers to Booth to put forward her motion. Thank you. Could you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You will have all seen my motion about accessibility and taxis within the city, and the fact that everybody deserves and is entitled to live the life that they want to be able to live and that they should be able to live. And unfortunately, that's not happening. And it's not happening here in Gloucester, partially because of the complete lack of taxis that are available, and private hire vehicles which are available to carry wheelchairs. Yeah, that are fully accessible, that you can roll on and you can roll off. Not something where you've got to get it dismantled and shove it in the boot, but that are properly accessible. Yeah, we have very, very few, and I think most people would agree with that. And the way that impacts people, one of my residents, she's been on about this for a while, but it all came to a head because she is a wheelchair user. She was celebrating her wedding anniversary, which should be a really joyous occasion. And her husband wanted to go out for a meal. Now, for any of us, we'd be planning a lovely evening out to go and do that. And they were planning this in advance. So they rang to try and book a wheelchair accessible taxi. She uses quite a large electric wheelchair, so she needed that transport. Yeah, we're not talking about days in advance. We're talking about weeks in advance that she tried to plan this. Unfortunately, on all the dates that she had available, the latest they could get a taxi home that would accommodate her wheelchair was 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So, for their wedding anniversary, they took the day off work and they went out in the afternoon for their beautiful wedding anniversary evening out and were home on the taxi just after 3. Now, I don't really think that that's acceptable, and I don't think that anybody here would feel that it's fair having your freedom infringed like that. And, you know, it's not just that one particular incident. It's people trying to get to work. It's people trying to get into town to meet their friends. As I hope he doesn't mind mentioning, but the gentleman here mentioned, if you get to the train station and you need to have an onward journey from there in a taxi, you can't do it because we don't have that. Now, it's not about asking for special treatment or special terms or special conditions to this. It's about asking for a little bit of equity. It's about bringing things up to standard. And obviously drivers have their own free will of when they drive and when they work. So the way I see it that we need to work as a council is by offering more incentive. I know some has been offered already by the council, but we need to drive this forward and offer more incentive to make this happen. So I hope you can support this motion, and I hope that it opens conversation about how we can generally improve the situation for our residents. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor, would you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll reserve a right, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
There's an amendment from the Conservative, Councillor Hannah Norman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd also like to thank Councillor Chambers de Bus for bringing forward this motion this evening and also sharing that story from her resident. I think it really highlights the nature of the issue and puts almost a human face to the issue for us this evening. I'd also like to acknowledge the petition that Councillor Alistair Chambers has also tabled this evening, because I know that he has been working with families that face this challenge. The amendment which has been tabled is intended to be helpful by highlighting the needs of all disabled passengers and the benefits they could receive with all drivers, both Hackney Carriage and private hire, having additional training on how to handle their needs, including those that have hidden disabilities. Although the percentage of those who are disabled totals 17.8% of the population, only 8% of those disabled people actually use a wheelchair, and hence the percentage of WAVs needed to serve this population is less than the original motion wording. However, the amended wording highlights the aim to work towards 10% of the Gloucester fleet. At present, there is no legislation which enables Gloucester City Council to mandate the hours that a WAV driver should be working. And as most drivers are self-employed, we need to work with the trade and to listen to their ideas for increasing the representation. Equally, I feel it's important that lobbying of government is really important to really drive forward change. Within Gloucester, we have a very positive working relationship with the trade, and licensing officers have regular liaison meetings with representatives of the Hackney Carriage, private hire and operators. Therefore, for the long-term success of this goal to increase WAVs, we need to ensure that we work in partnership and introduce initiatives which will be welcomed. We will aim to not only discuss how to increase the percentage of WAVs which are available, but also to see if we can find a way to introduce priority booking systems for blue badge holders, increasing equality for disabled customers. The suggestion of business rates relief is an interesting one. Unfortunately, at present, we do not believe we can administer the verification required to implement that policy, and hence we cannot recommend that to Council at this time. I really hope that this amendment can be accepted by the Labour Group, and if so, that the vote on this is unanimous across Council. And just to confirm, I have a seconder in Councillor Brooker. Thank you.
Councillor Brooker, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the amendment accepted by Councillor Chambers de Bus?
It is. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, that's the substantive motion now.
There is now an amendment from the Community Independent Group.
Right, we have a further amendment from the Community Independent Group.
Do they wish to move it now?
Do you wish?
Yeah, they need to move it now.
Do you wish to move it now? Yes, thank you.
So, my motion's exactly the same as Conservative. Thank you. Hannah sent it over to me, and I literally added 2 bits onto the bottom of that. And there's only 2 small pieces. The only reason these pieces have been added onto the bottom was following the request of the young gentleman here and some other people that are suffering with the non-existent taxes. Also, I spoke to the gentleman at the back, and I hope you don't mind me mentioning it, where he said he's occasionally come out to Gloucester train station to get a taxi, and he's had to wait for a taxi from all the way from Bristol to pick him up, which is absolutely ridiculous. I think he got the train from Bristol, got to Gloucester, and had to wait for a taxi from Bristol to come and pick him up because there was no taxis in the city. So there's only 2 points to Hannah's amendment, which I'd like to add on. I really appreciate that there's going to be more all new taxi carriage vehicles come into Gloucester will have to be disabled applicable, so that's fantastic. Thank you. All I'm asking for is private hire vehicles can be taken into the same category. The only reason I say that is because we run the risk of Hackney vehicles that have to be disabled compliant on all new licences, going then on to private hire, which will then remove all Hackneys available in the city, and we just have private hire and then still no disabled compliant vehicles. So that's the first one. We've got new Hackney vehicles basically coming in that all have to be disabled. Let's make the private hire ones all disabled compliant as well. Bristol, all the disabled vehicles in Bristol are disabled compliant. All the vehicles in London are disabled compliant. The taxis, Hackney. Let's make Gloucester equal to everybody. Abled, unabled, partially disabled. Let's just make everything equal. The second point is I don't know if any of you use the taxi app, but whether you're on any of the local taxi providers, you can book a taxi. It doesn't give the option to book accessible disabled taxi, only a taxi. So, for example, the young gentleman there, Luke, has gone on the app to book a taxi and anything can turn up. It could be a Seat Ibiza, it could be anything, very small vehicle that can't even fit his wheelchair in the back. So the only part of the second motion, which is very, very minor, is just to the City Council to work with taxi providers to make sure, to offer guidance to enable their taxi apps to be discrimination free and to meet the Equality Act 2010. So when somebody books a taxi, they can either pick disabled or standard taxi. And what you remember is a lot of disabled people might have suffered strokes where they're unable to speak. So the only way they can book a taxi is by on the phone, telephone call. Through the app, they don't have to speak to anyone, they can just pick a disabled taxi and come immediately to their location. These are very reasonable amendments. There's nothing political in this at all. It's literally just feedback I've had from genuinely disabled people in the community that really want some assistance and help and they want to be treated fairly. I don't think this is ridiculous. I don't think any reason why you can't join me in supporting this, because all we're asking for is equality and digital inclusion for disabled people and more disabled taxes. That is it. Nothing political in that at all. And it's completely the same as the motion that the Conservative Party put in, apart from those 2 points. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder, please? Councillor O'Donnell, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Reserve the right, please.
Is the amendment accepted by Councillor Chambers de Booth? Do you wish a couple of minutes just to think about it?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I know really what I want to say. The issue I've got with it is with regard to the new private hire vehicles as well. That would just be fantastic. It really would be the ideal. But we are in a position at the moment where that becomes difficult because of those vehicles then going to different boroughs with laxer legislation, because we don't have an overarching legislation here in Gloucestershire. So we could actually end up in a worse situation than we're already in. And that makes me reticent to accept that amendment. The one about the little button on the app is fab.
Can you say yes or no? Sorry, Teresa. As a whole, or?
May I interject on point of order? I'm happy with your response. I think that's fair. It makes sense. So if I can get a constitutional point 15.09, which is alteration of a motion, I remove that 1 point. If that's fair.
Removing the first point, Alice Chambers.
The point of contention, which is about the private taxi hours, which makes perfect sense. So it's just about working with an exclusive app.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept that then. Thank you.
Yes, that becomes a substantive motion.
Can we move on to debate on it?
And debate on that now.
Councillor Norman.
Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you so much for Councillor Chambers de Bus for making that suggestion, and Councillor Alistair Chambers for accepting it. It means that I've scrapped half of what I was going to say, because my concern was also about private hires going to other districts, being licensed and then subcontracting back into Gloucester. I'm incredibly proud, as a former chair of the Licensing Enforcement Committee, of our penalty point scheme in Gloucester. I think it's a brilliant deterrent and serves for, dare I say, discipline for any issues that do happen within our driver community. And therefore, I wouldn't want any drivers to go to another borough that doesn't have that and therefore diminish standards. Absolutely delighted that we can keep the fine bullet point in, but I think very much we need to lobby with the operators through the liaison meeting to make sure that they're on board and buy in. And then again, lobbying for the national change of policy, hopefully, so that it gives us as an authority more teeth to enact what I think we all agree we want to achieve. So thank you very much.
Any other debate? No. Councillor O'Donnell, do you wish to, have you got any further to add to it?
Well, on the inclusion side of it, I did have this whole thing written out, but I'm too tired to read it all now. So basically, with the inclusion for disabilities, even the hidden disabilities, I find it hard for that the council are pushing for this, as I've got it on record, that the leader of the council, Richard Cook, has passed something around to his party, taking the pit, making fun of the fact.
Stay on the I'm sorry, you're going off the motion.
Okay. Basically,
Are you happy with the proposals?
yeah, that's fine.
Can you put your microphone off, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know I haven't been here for a while, but I am back. Thank you. This motion is about concerns that disabled people have brought to us, and thank you very much for coming to the meeting. It is really good to hear real voices from real people who are affected by these issues, and it isn't right that disabled people can't go to a pub, a club or a nightclub like the rest of us can. I just hope that the taxi trade will take advantage of the 50% reduction in the licence fee to enable them to increase their vehicles. I just hope everyone supports this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Debus.
Like Terry, I hope that everyone can support this. So thank you.
Vote on the amendment.
We're going to vote on the amendment. So those in favour? I think that's been carried unanimously.
Yep.
Unanimously. Next motion.
Councillor Hudson.
Councillor Hudson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am sure many members of this chamber will join me in acknowledging the successful campaign led by the City MP Richard Graham, which will soon see modern legislation on spiking. Members will recall we debated the issue of spiking in this very chamber some 18 months ago, and wearing my many related hats that I declared earlier, it has been incredible to see the efforts made by our partners to learn and do more about spiking in both the daytime and nighttime economies. This heinous crime does not discriminate, and whilst Gloucester continues to have very low numbers of suspected and some confirmed spiking incidents, we wish for it to stay this way. Following the motion brought by Yarrow and Cathy, there has been focus on education, raising awareness of spiking in all its forms and how we can be more vigilant and responsive collectively and individually. Last year, Stampite Spiking delivered training at the Cavern to a wide range of nighttime economy businesses, higher education colleges, both universities and other organisations, all working in our city week in, week out to help safeguard people from spiking. To take this, the take-up was great and the feedback was clear. We needed to continue educate licensees and they need to continue access the practical resources like the spiking kits that they use at Gloucester Hospital, A&E and custody suites in the police stations to test suspected spiking cases. There is a strong support network within the nighttime economy to ensure victims are safeguarded and have fast access to medical attention. The work of our street medics has been key in suspected incidents, and Gloucester's offer of the scheme is unique and incredibly effective. Working in partnership with the ambulance and the police service, our street medics are a valued and effective partner and already save lives on a weekly basis. It would be remiss of me not to state most of the street medics' work are for underlying medical conditions, and residents who live within the curtilage of the city centre make use of this provision every weekend. As a very quick example, this work includes domestic violence, domestic abuse, mental health breakdowns, mental health episodes, working with police CCTV to alleviate pressures on the police force. There have been 4 cardiac arrests within the restaurant hour of Q3 2023, all of which are here today to tell their story. Street Meds, along with myself and other night safe officers, attended the extremely sickening murder on Arthur Street towards the latter end of last year, and completely unrelated. This was unrelated to both a daytime or a nighttime economy, and it was a war between different factions. Less than 12% of street medics' work is on licence related. We have an exemplar offering in Gloucester, one to be proud of, but there are always more to do. So, the purpose of this motion is to help us in our journey to ensure Gloucester is at the forefront of legislative change on spiking. This council plays an important role on licensing of venues and helping raise standards within our city's nighttime economy. Venues need to receive ongoing education and play their role in preventing and detecting spiking. It's a challenge to keep everyone up to speed and on board due to the changes of licensees across the city. So the possibility of reviewing licence conditions is one way that has proved effective in the past. We want all who use licensed premises day and night to feel safe, and therefore we continue our work on Purple Flag that is now in its 6th year. This is no mean feat, but does require continued time and resource. We want to see this continue to grow and further the work within the city, and we seek members' endorsement of this requisite scheme, keeping the flag flying for Gloucester. In the past, venues have had the opportunity to take part and showcase their best practice for all to celebrate their achievements across the city. This is known as the Best Bar None nationally accredited scheme. It was born in the House of Lords and is permeated across the length and breadth of the UK. Gloucester partners are hopeful in looking to bring this back. The Best Bar None quality reassures residents, visitors and businesses that our venues have achieved high standards of practice across the board, including spiking. I look forward to your thoughts on the above mentioned motion. Thank you.
You have a second?
I do. Councillor Laura Brooker.
Councillor, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll reserve the right,
Thank you. An amendment from the Community Independent Group.
Ask them to move it, please.
Would you like to move it? Councillor Chambers, if you got off your phone, could you just concentrate on the meeting, please? Would you like to move?
I was actually looking at the motion, Mark. The council also notes that many licensed premises in Gloucester allow drinking to excess to maximise profit. The recent police documentary along Eastgate Street in Gloucester highlighted several licensed premises allowing young adults to leave their premises extremely intoxicated, which led to several assaults and arrests. This shows a blatant disregard for the safety of customers at these licensed premises, along with that of the public. The cost to Gloucester Police is significant, with many resources spent each week policing this ongoing alcoholic abuse. Therefore, this council will undertake a much closer monitoring of the public community safety by checking alcoholic abuse at Eastgate Street licenses premises to help reduce crime in the area and ensure public safety. So drink spiking, I fully agree with this motion. Drink spiking is an issue, as we all know. Time's getting on, so it's going to be super quick, but we need to understand and appreciate there is also significant drinking at these premises, and alcohol is a poison, and we need to check on the well-being of these young adults that might be their first time out in Gloucester, that are drinking to excess, not knowing the risks, putting themselves in a vulnerable state, all genders, not specifically any gender, and they're putting themselves at risk. And it's been shown on TV. We've seen it on the Gloucester Police programme. Children, well, when I say children, 18-year-olds drunk out their head in vulnerable positions, getting assaulted, getting attacked down alleyways by clubs in Gloucester. So I'd like the amendment to be processed. All I'm asking for is that the council takes a closer look, monitoring the public community safety by checking alcoholic abuse on Eastgate Street licensed premises to help reduce crime. That's what I'm asking. It's not a big one. Thank you.
You have a seconder. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right? Is that accepted by Councillor Hudson?
I'll just be very quick due to the time. I'll accept it, bizarrely enough, on the last sentence being the whole point of the motion is that we work continually closer with the licensing authorities, as we always do. We're opting for more homework here by doing this. We're not opting to go the other way. We're opting for more homework and more scrutiny. So purely and simply on the last sentence, I can acknowledge and accept it on that. But on the top part, the beginning part, based bizarrely on a Channel 5 documentary that the police didn't really want to take part in, just FYI, don't recognise any of that whatsoever. And as you've brought it into a public forum, it would be remiss of me to actually say that most of the issues on Eastgate Street were people that were denied entry to the venues and not leaving the venues intoxicated. Thank you.
You need to. Are you accepting it? Yes or no?
I'll accept it. Yes.
A substantive motion. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak? Howard, Councillor Hyman.
I welcome this motion brought to us by someone with years of experience in the licensing and entertainment trade. This is a very serious issue, and the motion is well thought out, and there are practical measures proposed. This council has a responsibility with other agencies to support a nighttime economy which is safe and enjoyable for everyone. However, it is not only the nighttime economy affected, but this despicable crime can occur at other times too. I welcome the further measures proposed and will certainly support this excellent motion.
Mr Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be very brief as well. Thank you for it's really an update of where we were 18 months ago. The reason why I feel compelled to speak is, and it's reflection how out of touch I am, and maybe one or two of us as well, in that originally when I saw this original motion, I wasn't sure how serious an issue it was. So I asked my daughter, and I said to her, is this really a big deal? And what she said actually shocked me, and it still shocks me today. She said that you ask any young woman of her age, she's in her 20s, and she said they will all know at least one person who has had this done to them. And then she started to tell me about what happened to one of her friends on a night out in Cheltenham, and it really was quite shocking. So it's clear that there's an issue here that we must continually keep in our sights. And I welcome the practical suggestions here and how the whole culture of working with the licensed trade and working together in partnership to make sure that we've got all the protocols in place to make sure that we can at least control and mitigate what the sort of the abuse that happens to people who suffer from this. I do remember years ago I was chair of licensing briefly, and I went out one night around the nightclubs with the local police, and I was actually quite impressed with the protocols that were in existence then, and most of it was to do with drug use and what they did and confiscated, and they had safes and things, and I was very impressed with how that was done. So obviously we're in a total different landscape now, but it's important that we as a council recognise this, we keep our eye on the ball, and it's good to hear that your trade, Justin, is taking it seriously and making sure that they do their best to make sure that no harm comes to people such as my daughter's friends. So thank you for bringing this, and I'm sure we'll all support it.
More debate?
Councillor Brooker.
Councillor Brooker, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hudson for proposing this motion. I would like to thank this council's licensing team, Gloucestershire Constabulary, Night Safe Partners, individual licensed premises, and our MP for all the fantastic proactive work that is taking place to prevent spiking and keep residents safe. Of course, there is always more that can be done, and so I'm delighted to second this motion to explore further what this council can do, along with partners, to keep our residents and visitors to the city safe and ensure licensed premises are supported to do more on spiking and raising standards. I do hope members will support this motion and continue the great work in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Brooker. So has somebody like to sum up? No? Vote on the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. I don't think there's any against. I think it's unanimous. Thank you. To motion 3, proposed by Councillor Hilton. Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion is clearly about graffiti. It's not about street art. It's about the situation that's happened over the last few weeks that I've noticed. Farmers Club, right at the entrance to Gloucester, a load of squiggles, nonsense and everything else, scarring a lovely brick wall. It's about the same thing happening previously at St Oswald's Priory and also at Greyfriars, where offensive words were put on there. It's about the constant graffiti that happens on Dean's Way, Archway, right next to the Dean's Way, a walk pub. And it's happening all over Gloucester. And people's houses and buildings have been scarred by this wanton vandalism. And it's rather immature stuff. These aren't Bankses. This is just rubbish that's scribbled on walls. And it takes a lot of time and effort to remove it. And I'm concerned about that. And I want to see us do something about the negative impact it could have. If we don't nip it in the bud, it'll get worse and worse and worse. What we need to do is get ourselves a proper graffiti busting team together and start tackling it properly. In reporting the Farmers Club, for example, I've been told, well, we can't do anything about it. We'll do it on our own buildings, and we'll only do it on private buildings if it's, was it the words I've got it here, so on. If it's offensive, if it's sexist or racist or abusive, that's when the removals. I remember reporting a whole load of graffiti on the archway at, say, Dean's Walk, only to find that I was told it's finished, we've sorted it out, and then when it came back and it was just the offensive words which were there, the rest of the wall was covered in the stuff. So we need to tackle it, and we need to look at our policy and how we deal with it, how we can help people who own their buildings that have had this sort of graffiti all over it. We know a lot of it is just tagging, it's just saying hello to mates of a gang. Nobody knows exactly who they are. Most of us don't even know what the tags mean. Some of the tags, of course, is identifying buildings that might be suitable for burglary. We've got to remove this sort of thing. So I'm asking us to do that. I'm asking us to strengthen it. But in removing the graffiti and recording the graffiti, we also need to try and capture the people that are doing it and get them prosecuted, fined. Maybe they could do community service, Madam Mayor, and clean it up. But we need to tackle it. We need to make sure that we nip it in the bud. We just do not want our city to end up like some of the ones I've seen in South America, where almost every building has got graffiti and squiggles all over it in different colours. It ruins the investment that people have made in their own buildings, and I think it must be very frustrating. But seeing it happen to our historic monuments 1,100 years old, by quite clearly youngsters who do not understand the importance of those and think it's just fun to write abusive things or I love mum, I love Pat, and all these other things, and some other expletives as well. It's just not on. I think Rebecca might want to thank the leader of the council for dealing with one very quickly, but there's been more and more, and I think we need to deal with it, Madam Mayor. So I'm hoping members will support the motion unamended.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes, yeah.
Speak now. Or
yeah, I will speak now.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. So over the past weeks, I've been reading some interesting articles and studies on the psychology of graffitiing and tagging. The motives for some types of graffiti may include anger and hostility towards society, with the vandalism fulfilling some personal psychological need. The graffiti may arise from boredom, despair, resentment, failure and/or frustration, in which case it can be seen as vindictive or malicious. The tagging kind of graffiti represents about 80% of all graffiti worldwide. The motivation behind tagging graffiti is often more stylized and colourful and is for fame and notoriety. The more difficult the location of the tag, the more respect the tagger has from his other members. A study found that people who graffiti meet the criteria for conduct disorder or delinquency and later go on to antisocial behaviour personality disorder. Their findings actually showed that people who graffiti actually scored at the far extreme of antisocial behaviour. In recent months, there has been a marked burst of graffiti attacks, and specifically tagging. Vermo is seen across the city. I would actually publicly ask for the Vermo tagger to please come forward to make his or herself known and to explain their reasons for why they are undertaking this tagging. I, for one, would be intrigued to know and find ways of channeling his or her obvious creativity onto other things. I know many countries, Jeremy has alluded to, across the world where such graffiti and tagging is widespread. Conversation I think I've had with the leader about this too. But I, for one, wouldn't want to see the amount I have seen in these places in Gloucester. So please support this motion and let's look at reviewing the current policy on its removal from both public and private buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. We got an amendment from your group, Alistair.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I haven't changed the Liberal motion whatsoever. I've just bolted on a community graffiti wall onto it. Whenever there's a problem, there always needs to be a solution. And just to go around cleaning off graffiti, it's always going to happen. You need a preventative solution. I'm not going to say it's going to cure it, but it might alleviate it. So what the proposal is a community graffiti wall in a location that's not going to upset residents. It's going to be out of our sight, and it's going to enable youth artistic freedom of expression. A community graffiti wall will foster the artistic expression, cultivate a sense of local identity, provide a creative outlet for residents and the youth, and it will serve as a platform for community engagement, encouraging collaboration and communication among diverse individuals. They will be able to be painted over time and time again to give different artists that fresh background for them to paint. It'll enable young youth all the way up to adults who enjoy taking time out for graffiti to be able to take a photo, post it on social media and celebrate their art. I appreciate graffiti is not for everyone, but there is a following and this will capture that following in our community. Though my suggestion is, obviously, it's terms of the council, that there's some sort of rules by the wall which explains that there should not be no swear words and anything that cause alarm or upset. I believe this community wall will help to reduce graffiti on bus stops, public buildings and private buildings and statues. It won't cure it, but it will help. I'm more than happy to come into your ward, Jeremy, and do some community payback if need be. I'm sure that'd be very delicious, Mr. Cook. But on that basis, I have always gone round and cleaned graffiti. I've done it with Brendan in White City, Venture, Matson. We do it all in our time. We don't need to do it to knock off ours. I'll do it anyway out for free will because I'm a proactive councillor, not like many here. Thank you, Brendan.
Do you wish to speak now, Brendan, or carry
Thank
on?
you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, as Alice has said, we've cleaned graffiti for many years now in our wards. And we spoke to a lot of the kids in the areas that have been doing a lot of the tagging and the graffiti. And they all say if they had somewhere to go where they could specifically do their graffiti and tagging, it would stop them doing it in other places. So even though it won't stop the issue, it will help to cut it down a bit more if we had these walls in places where kids can go and just be themselves. So that's it, thank you.
Yes, is the amendment accepted, Councillor Hilton?
Sorry, it's not, because I think it detracts from the fundamentals of the motion is to take action and try and clean up the city and get those bits of graffiti removed. I think, and it's not street art. I mean, we've got street art. I kept talking about the Dean's Walk archway, and if you just walk through it and see all the graffiti on the wall, just turn left and you can see the
Jeremy.
murals.
Yes or no?
Yeah, sorry. No, sorry.
Any further debate on the Councillor Hyman?
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to speak as a seconder of the thing on the amendment, if possible, though.
On the amendment?
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry, Howard.
On the main motion? Yeah. On the amendment.
Okay. So I thank you for bringing the amendment, actually, and I think it's a motion in itself, to be fair, Councillor Chambers. I think, there is definitely a difference between graffiti and street art, and I don't agree also with what you said about that in terms of speaking to people and about a community. These are taggers can be very isolated individuals, and the whole point of it is that they will do it on buildings that are hard to assess, and therefore I think what you're talking about, a community wall, is a really great idea. But it's more for me, feels that's to do with street art and something that, could be looked at separately. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't disagree with the amendment itself, but I think it's conflating two different things. It's already been pointed out, street art and graffiti. And it misses the motivation of what make somebody do something like, we're thinking about St Oswald's Priory. I mean, that was pretty horrible. I don't think an officially approved wall for street art would have prevented that happening. I'd say it's extremely unlikely. The motivation behind this sort of environmental crime is it's edgy, it's dangerous, it's illegal, and that's part of the attraction. If you sort of give them a nice blank wall somewhere which is legal and respectable and approved, a lot of people are not going to be attracted by that because that's part of the psychology of it. So I don't think that would work. I think there is a case for a community graffiti wall. I've seen, you know, some samples really online, so I had a look and see, and some of them look absolutely great. But that's something different. That's genuine artists. What we're talking about here is genuine vandals, and for that reason, I can't support the amendment because I don't think it's in the wrong place. Really, it needs to be somewhere on its own, and it is something maybe we should consider looking at in the future. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sarge Patel, did you wish to speak?
On the motion.
On the motion, okay. Just wait. Any other debate on the amendment?
Okay, so it goes back to Councillor Hilton to right of reply. Well, I think it's been said. I want to keep the motion that I've drafted and brought to council as it is. And I don't want to conflate it, and I don't want to get people confused between what is graffiti and people just spraying buildings and doing everything else with just making it look untidy with actual street art. And I think we need to separate that, and that's the reason why I'm not prepared to accept the amendment. We have had discussions before about some of the street art that's done on boxes in the street and things like that. I'm willing to consider that, but it needs to be done properly. And if we're going to have street art, then let's do it right. And if you go to the Dean's Walk in and just turn left for the archway, you'll see it and all of that. And that is quality stuff. And that's the sort of thing you probably want, but it's got to be in the right place. But I don't want to add it to this motion, and therefore I ask council to reject the amendment that the proposer might like to bring a separate motion to council at a later date. On the amendment.
Yes, we're going to vote on the amendment. So those in favour?
Do I get right to reply, Madam Mayor?
Not on the amendment.
Not on the amendment. So we're going to vote on the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment? Thank you. So those against? Abstain?
Okay, that's lost.
Lost. Okay, we go back to the substantive motion now, and Councillor Hyman wanted to say something. Thank you.
In supporting this motion, I wonder how much education is actually given to explaining the importance of our heritage. To some people, these locations in our city are just ruins and can be daubed with graffiti at will. Along with sanctions for those committing these offences, we need education in schools and proper measures to deal with the perpetrators. These are not victimless crimes, as they affect the very fabric of Gloucester's heritage.
Councillor Hyman. Councillor Sarge Patel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Hilton for bringing this motion to Council. We had the same problem as you in Barton and Treadworth. Back in November, one morning, community found that graffiti had been sprayed on many shop shutters, on vacant buildings and fence panels, and it's a complete eyesore. And the community are fed up with it. And it's not something that the community or somebody in the community was responsible for. These are the same offenders who apparently did the same in Cheltenham as well. And they need to be caught, and they need to face the full wrath of the law. It's absolutely unacceptable. And I sent an email to the council, just like Councillor Hilton did, to say, can we please get this removed? And I was very disappointed to be told that it's not something we can do anything about because it's on private land. In the meantime, it's just going to stay there unless the council does anything about it. We need to do something about it because our communities and our city should be looking clean and tidy and welcoming. And when you're driving through, for example, Barton Street, and you notice all this graffiti, it doesn't look very inviting, it doesn't look very welcoming, and it makes it look run down. And the same around Kingsholm as well, and other parts of the city. So it is right that we review this policy. And I noticed that I've just did a quick Google search, and I noticed that some councils offer a free or subsidised service to landowners or property owners to remove the graffiti. And some councils also issue community protection notices. So there are options that are open to us that we can utilise and we should be doing. Whether we can use the community payback team to get involved with this, perhaps get a disclaimer to be signed by the property owner that there will be no fallback on the community payback team or the council or Ubico. But to leave it as it is and do nothing, it's not an option. It's been there on Barton Street for 3 months now and looks terrible. And it is something we should take pride in clearing up. And there have been times when I thought, when I can get time, I'll go and buy some paint and paint over it myself. But it shouldn't be down to councillors, whether we're proactive or not. It should be down to the council, the property owners, and even maybe community organisations to get involved and clear it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Richard Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to support this motion. There's certainly been a huge increase in graffiti all around the city, and as it's a criminal act, I would hope that anybody who witnesses it would report it to the police, who I hope will treat it with the utmost seriousness. The council, when notified, does organise the removal of graffiti from its own property. However, it is restricted from accessing or working to remove graffiti from privately owned property, not least because of the lack of insurance for staff working in areas that are not owned by the council. However, I think a review would be beneficial because there is an opportunity for the council to be able to help private landlords, many of whom may not know what to do to remove the graffiti from their property. I would suggest that officers might consider whether they could provide a paid-for service to advise and or clean graffiti from private property. I hope that our actions and the help that we should expect from residents in the city will put a stop to this behaviour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Is there any other debate on that? Councillor Chambers, Alice.
Obviously, all motions in removing graffiti are fantastic, but let's look at the motion really quickly. First sentence, the increase in graffiti in our city. Second sentence, negative impact of graffiti. Third sentence, dealing with the removal of graffiti. Fourth sentence, prosecute perpetrators that have done it. Everything's reactive, nothing's proactive. The wall would have been proactive measure, up front, doing stuff before the graffiti. This is all dealing with it once the graffiti's done. What I found unfortunate is all 4 members of the Liberal that spoke all supported the wall, graffiti wall option, and they all said it would be great and it would be an opportunity for another motion. We could have saved another motion, we could have saved another debate, we could have had that bolted onto this one. Nothing was changed in the original motion, and this would have found a proactive replacement for graffiti going forward. However, obviously, I'm sure everyone will support dealing with graffiti and prosecuting people with graffiti, but it's just what's happening now. Nothing's really going to change.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers de Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you go down to Gloucester Park, tucked away in the corner, you've got the skate ramp. And on it, there is some amazing, amazing graffiti and street art. There are also boards down there that people can paint. Now, Councillor Ackroyd and I were lucky enough to go down there in the summer and have a really good afternoon with a lot of the young people down there. And one thing that they said when I was commenting about the paint and who had done it, and it was beautiful, was, yeah, we really, really enjoy having that here. But the problem that we've got is we have people come and they tag it and they ruin it. Now, even by graffiti artists themselves, they will tell you that people tagging are vandals, not graffiti artists. So whilst the thing about having community boards where people can paint would be fantastic, yeah, this isn't about that. This is about the vandals. And having those boards isn't going to stop the people that are doing tagging on things like the Farmers Club and the wall at Moorland and things like that.
Any other debate? Anybody else?
Councillor Radley.
Sorry, I didn't see you there waving your arm. Sorry, Jan, carry on.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment on how frustrating this has been, that I've reported through graffiti and we've got the answer back that because it's not on city premises or city-owned assets, it's nothing to do with the city. And I very welcome the idea that we could have a bit more of a local focus on this, because it's not high on policing priorities. But my residents keep telling me when they report things on assets that are owned by big local organisations, Network Rail, Severn Trent, they're not giving it the priority that they see either. So there's a build-up of graffiti which makes places look unkempt, which leads to perhaps other areas of damage. And it's been very frustrating to watch the graffiti flow down the Barnwood Road, starting out in Barnwood itself, flowing down Barnwood Road, and then seeing in the city centre, seeing the same name, seeing the same individual. So it would be really lovely if we could look at sensible ways that we could maybe make people feel less comfortable out doing it, and maybe bring them to actual prosecution.
Patel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just remembered something else, and I think it's really worth mentioning that...
Sarge, I'm really sorry, there's a mistake being made here.
Have you spoke? Yeah, I think you've spoken in this debate already.
Yeah.
You've only done it once, sorry. Getting late. Any other debates? Councillor Hilton to sum up, please.
Yeah, just thank members for their support. This is a proactive motion because it's asking for us to do something. One of the things I hope in the review is that when you or I report some tagging and graffiti all over a building, and when we get an answer back from the council officers, I'm sorry, it's a private building, we can't do anything about it. They actually then follow up by saying, but we will contact the owner of the building and check on it and make sure that we will also contact the police or whoever it is to enforce it, to record it so that we can catch the perpetrators and give them a proper sentencing for that, whatever it is, the maximum, frankly. But we need to deal with it proactively and we need to respond to it. And at the moment, you know, when you report something, you just say, and you get back from the council, we can't do anything. When in actual fact, the council can do something. And you can't expect elected members to keep finding out who owns this building and sending off emails. Let the council do it. So let's get the resources there so that we tackle this scourge on the city and deal with it properly. And we need to look at how we can do that and look at how other local councils are dealing with it, particularly those that are successful. So I'm pleased to have support of members of this council, I think. You're going to vote in a minute.
Very much. Going to vote on the motion now. So those in favour? Thank you. Anybody? I don't think there's anybody against. I think that was unanimous.
So you need to ask the council if it wishes to close the meeting.
Okay, we've now reached the 3-hour mark of the meeting, which is in the Constitution, and we have to go on a vote now whether we continue and hear the rest of the meeting.
The vote is to close the meeting.
The vote is to close the meeting now.
So you need to take a vote.
Do you want to tell him, John? It might be easier if you do it because of the legal part.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This will be a vote for those in favour of closing the meeting at this point. If 2/3 of those present vote in favour, then the meeting will close. So, Madam Mayor, shall we have a vote now?
Those in favour, please raise your...
Closing the meeting.
We're closing the meeting. Raise your hands. Thank you.
Right. That's carried. The meeting...
Meeting is finished, and I thank you for your perseverance. perseverance tonight.